Perhaps as a judgment of my apparel, I'd say proudly African. So thanks to those who have labeled it so, fashionpreneur. I'll be sitting behind you for protection, as you can see. So if you have any problems, I'm your guy. It's a joke, by the way. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, a very good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the Cape Town leg. It's the Intra-Africa Trade Fair 2021 Roadshow. We're in Cape Town. We're in Johannesburg yesterday. As I said, I am Tshepiso Makwetla. I have the honor of being your moderator this afternoon and morning. So as you know, this is a multi-stakeholder platform to engage and exchange not only on trade matters, this will include, but not with the exception and limited to government and heads of industry, captains of industry in the private sector as well. We'll be engaging with, more specifically this morning, I'd like to welcome and acknowledge the head of department of the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, Mr. Nhlakanipho Nkwanta, who was with us yesterday. And also say a very good morning to the CEO for the Department of Environmental Affairs and Tourism in KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Neville Mikey is the CEO of Trade and Investment in that province. Welcome to you as well. Mr. David Kofi is the Chief Executive Officer of the African Association of Automotive Manufacturers, who will also be speaking to us this morning. Warm welcome to Ms. Lara Uten Preston, Founder and Chief Executive Officer of the Ladima Foundation. And Mr. Andrew Kirby, the CEO of Toyota South Africa, President of the National Association of Automotive Manufacturers of South Africa, NAMSA, will also be a speaker this morning. And Mr. Salman Kaji, Head of Invest SA One Stop Shop Western Cape. So as you can see, we have a wide array of speakers with expertise, and of course from African Bank, let me say a warm, hearty welcome to Ms. Olorantu Doherty, who's the Director, Export Development, African Export-Import Bank, and Mr. Andrew Masua, who is Head Client Relations at African Export-Import Bank, Afrixim. So we're really looking forward to hearing from everybody. I must say, I come with a brief from Johannesburg. A very interesting point was made at the discussions yesterday, saying that we can talk about intra-Africa trade and the importance of improving the movement of goods and services and lowering of tariffs and renegotiating the terms of engagement, but we can't do it without ensuring that there is adequate cultural exchange, which is something that I thought was very important. Cape Town, South Africa as a whole, we have seen the unfortunate incidents that have led to people, I would say, misjudging or misunderstanding some of the very terrible things that have happened here, but thinking that we are not pro-African, that we're not proudly African. And I think it's very important to emphasize, because we can't talk about the exchange of goods, services, talents, etc., if we are not proudly African as a whole and we're not exhibiting that. And the other thing that was noted, and I take that as a member of the media, it was said, you know, we can talk about all of these great goals, but we need the narrative to change. And the people to change that narrative are members of the media, of which I am proudly a member. And it is important to talk about the media's role. If we're going to talk about long-term plans and the strategic development plans of the continent and nationally, we must look at the media, and sometimes what is said is the overwhelming tendency for negative coverage or headlines, and what is said to water down the seeds of internal discord and Afro-pessimism. It said that we must be very mindful of the power of communication, especially when it comes to economic development, and the need for introspection in the role the mass media plays as a critical social partner. So we're talking about all of these huge figures, 1.3 billion people who are said to benefit from this. If the message is not couched properly, it really doesn't mean anything. So I just wanted to acknowledge that what came out of Johannesburg, and I think for me personally, it was important. One of the reasons I wanted to be part of the conversations in this room. So please do know that despite my lack of caffeine, I really am excited. Ladies and gentlemen, so without a doubt, we know that Africa as a whole, South Africa, is going to gain immensely from the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, especially from trade, economic growth, industrialization, diversification, substantial employment we're hoping is going to come out of this as well. And we want to make sure that this event in particular is not only worthwhile, but that we bring you into it. So please be an active part of it. You know, it's not a small room because we have people who are watching virtually as well, so please do engage as robustly as possible. So some house rules very quickly. Please know that as a courtesy to everybody else, turn your mobile phone off or keep it on silent. Keep your face mask on. I know it can get irritating, but please do that throughout the proceedings unless you're eating, drinking, and of course, unless you're up on the podium here. And following the panel session, which we'll have later on, we'll have a question and answer session. So that'll be interactive. Get your questions in ready and handy, and I will invite you to speak. Then please identify yourself, your organization, and if you want to pose your questions to anybody in particular, please let us know. And there will be, especially members of the media who are here, there will be an opportunity to interview any of our VIPs or anyone that you would like to speak to solely that is available. Please speak to the reception or welcome desk. They'll help you to do that, including we've got a bonus point. We've got one-on-one business meetings that you can have with members of African Bank to do that. Also speak to the people up front. And, of course, we hope that you'll be able to join us in Durban. That is on the 15th to 21st of November. It's going to be a game-changing event. Do you agree? Yeah. Can I get a woohoo? Weak. Okay, so it definitely is going to be a game-changing event. I think you all know that every single one of us, we know that we've been working to this level. It's been happening in phases and waves, and today we're here to hammer out some of the outstanding issues that we feel that need to be spoken about. And of course, that is not for me to do. I'm just here to coax out the questions and answers from some of you. So without too much wasting of your time, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to ask up onto the stage for the first opening remarks. Ms. Oloranti Doherty is the director, as we mentioned, Export Development at African Bank. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Thank you, my sister, for setting the tone. Good morning, all. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm not going to try to, get you guys to be more active, but I hope my sister here has already done that, and we are all primed to move and to enjoy the roadshow today. So I will start by acknowledging our distinguished guests, our VIP guests here with us today. I'll start with Mr. Nkotuwana, who is the head of Department of Communications at KwaZulu-Natal Economic Development, and then Mr. Neville Mikey, who is the CEO, Trade and Investment at KwaZulu-Natal. And of course, our very good friend, Mr. David Coffey, who is the Chief Executive Officer, Africa Association of Automotive Manufacturers, and other captains of industries, CEOs, and representatives of the Southern African business community that have joined us today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all once again. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this high-level roadshow on the Intra-African Trade Fair, holding in this renowned province for trade, tourism, culture, and industry, this exalted city of Cape Town that is the mother city of South Africa. This high-level roadshow is holding under the theme Promoting South Africa, Africa Trade and Investment under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. As you are aware, the IATF2021 will hold in Durban, South Africa, from the 15th to 21st November 2021. This roadshow aims to empower the people and business community in South Africa, and particularly Cape Town, with critical information on the IATF, its importance, its role in supporting the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and it also serves as a rallying call for the full participation of the Southern African public and private sector at the IATF 2021 in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by setting the context in which we conceived and championed the trade fair. In 2013, African heads of states and governments adopted Agenda 2063, the Africa we want continent, into an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa, which will be driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the international arena. Among the first flagship projects under the Agenda 2063 is the establishment of the African Continental Free Trade Area to stimulate intra-African trade and advance economic integration. The historic agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area was signed in 2018, and it entered into force on 30th May 2019, while trading commenced on the 1st of January 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is making history. The AFCFTA has created the world's largest free trade area since the creation of the World Trade Organization by a number of participating states. United as a single market, the AFCFTA creates a market of around 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP of over $3 trillion, making it the 5th largest economy globally in terms of GDP. The AFCFTA promises to revolutionize trade, reshape markets across the region, and boost output in manufacturing and service sectors. It will fundamentally transform Africa's economic structure and significantly reduce Africa's reliance on the export of raw materials. If there is one lesson that the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us as a continent, this is that Africa cannot rely on handouts. Africa needs to take care of our own business. We need to ultimately deal with our own challenges and likewise create and actualize our own opportunities. Indeed, as we have been reminded time and again by the President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Afreximbank, Professor Benedict Orama, the AFCFTA offers us the opportunity to shake off once and for all shackles that has held us back as a continent. These shackles include market fragmentation, lack of economic of sales, reliance on export of primary commodities, underdeveloped regional value chains, tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade. The result of all these shackles have been very low percentage of intra-African trade, averaging around 15%, and continuously subjecting Africa's growth and development to external forces. However, unlocking these markets, the AFCFTA markets, will require a change of mindset. It will require courage. Courage on the part of traders to seek out new markets, opportunities on the continent, rather than the current conventional and perhaps easier route of jumping on a plane to China and other countries overseas. Courage on the part of our political leaders to truly open up their goods and services markets to their neighbors and brothers and sisters across the continent. Courage even on the part of banks and development financial institutions like ourselves, to finance intra-African trade transactions that have been dubbed as risky in most cases by the rest of the world. At Afrexim Bank, we are already on the go in supporting the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The bank is implementing a number of initiatives, such as the African Trade Gateway, which is a digital super platform comprising of digital solutions such as the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, PAPS, the KYC Due Diligence Repository, MANSA, the Trade Information Portal, TIP, the Trade Regulatory Portal, and others like the AFC. Global Facility, the Creative Africa Nexus Initiative, supporting the development of industrial parks and export processing zones across the continent, developing Africa Quality Assurance Centers and Quality Infrastructure Program, developing Africa Medical Centers of Excellence, supporting the South Africa Trade and Investment Promotion Program, supporting the Africa Guarantee Program, and bringing our products in support of this, and finally, the Intra-African Trade Fair, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, as the largest economy in Southern Africa and the second largest on the continent, South Africa has a vital leadership role to play in promoting intra-African trade and investments. The country is also well suited for production and services distribution, and the participation and contribution of the Southern African public and private sectors is very key to the success of the AFCFTA. Therefore, Afrexim Bank seeks to be the go-to development partner as South Africa builds and sustains solid export manufacturing capacities and capabilities, as well as domestic and continental supply chains that facilitate increased flow of goods and services across borders in Africa. Afrexim Bank has continued to support South Africa's corporate entities. The bank has established strong relations with a number of key institutions, such as the Export Credit Insurance Corporation of South Africa, the Development Bank of South Africa, as well as leading commercial banks. And we will continue to seek more ways to support projects in South Africa in line with the bank's developmental mandate. For example, Afrexim Bank's current pipeline of transactions for South Africa currently stands at more than $1.2 billion across key sectors. I am to note that South Africa is one of Africa's largest trade. That's a positive for this country, which we must continue. Africa mainly trades with fellow South and SACU. South Africa mainly exports to Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, and Uganda. The main products exported by South Africa to African countries outside of SACU and South still. FTA therefore offers the opportunity to further integrate and deepen South Africa's leadership as a source and terminus of key regional value chains. Currently, South Africa's manufacturing is dominated by industries such as agro-processing, automotive, chemicals, information and communication technology, electronics, iron and steel, textiles, clothing, and footwear. But some studies have been undertaken by World Bank Group and others on the impact of the leveraging South Africa can supply Kenya, and other African countries. Role in promoting the AFCFTA. The African Trade Fair playing a significant, therefore supporting the governments to connect market information as well as to conclude business deals. The trade fair brings together continental and global players to showcase and exhibit their goods and services, explore business and investment opportunities in Africa. I would like to take us back to understand the importance of trade fairs in promoting intra-African trade. This was recognized as early as in the 1980s, as well as in the Abuja Treaty, which called for the adoption of the All-Africa Trade Fair of the OAU as an instrument of trade promotion. The African Plan for Boosting Intra-African Trade that was endorsed by the AU Summit in 2012 also highlighted the lack of access to intra-African trade. The AU tried to organize the All-Africa Trade Fair in the past, but this was not sustained as there was no financial institution to back the fairs. In 2018, against all odds, and in collaboration with the African Union and the government of Egypt, Afreximbank was able to organize the inaugural Intra-African Trade Fair, dubbed IATF2021, to support the implementation of the AFCFTA. This fair attracted over 2,500 conference delegates and over 1,000 exhibitors from 45 countries. And it resulted in over 32 billion worth of trade and investment deals being consummated. In acknowledging the support of the bank, the AU credited the IATF 2018 with being the very first deliverable of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, even before it came into existence or into force. The IATF 2018 was a big success, as attested by a number of exhibitors who participated in the event. Allow me at this stage to cite one of the exhibitors. Recounting our experience at the IATF 2018, Zodi Gazeb, founder and director of African Naturals, a Namibian-based ethnic hair and skincare line, said, and I quote, "The Intra-African Trade Fair of 2018 was an opportunity to realize how important and vast the export ecosystem is. Even as a small business, we were able to conduct market research with a different audience than the one we were accustomed to. We also learned the importance of having different conversations with regards to trading in bulk and exporting to other countries in Africa and beyond. For example, I got a very good opportunity to export my products to the UK. The networking opportunities presented are still maintained today, and many small businesses in the cosmetics sector are making use of those contacts to import and export within Africa." Ladies and gentlemen, although we are in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic, we should not relent in striving to achieve the Africa we want. In this regard, all preparations to hold the second edition of the IATF this November in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa are in place. The second edition is expected to attract more than 1,000 exhibitors, more than 10,000 visitors, buyers, and conference participants from all 55 African countries. Precautions. We are also working with the KwaZulu-Natal province and the government of South Africa, as well as Africa CDC, to ensure that a significant number of people in the continent are vaccinated and that the trade fair is held under optimal health conditions. It is this conviction that we are not just doing an event, but contributing towards building the Africa that we want, that gives us great encouragement and confidence that the second IATF will be bigger and better than the inaugural edition and resoundingly successful. We therefore call upon the government of South Africa and private sector associations to provide support in terms of mobilizing South African businesses, including women in business and SMEs, to participate in all the IATF verticals, including the exhibitions, the B2B, the B2 business to government, the Country Day program, the Trade Investment Forum, the IATF Virtual, the Automotive Forum, the Creative Africa Nexus program, the Youth Startup program, and also the African Sovereigns Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would like to reiterate that as Afrexim Bank, we stand firm in our commitment to supporting intra-African trade and investment. And in so doing, we are ready to support the government of South Africa and the private sector to ensure that there are adequate resources, both financial and non-financial, in place to not only adapt to a world of continued turbulence in the midst of COVID-19, but to thrive in the new business environment created by the African Continental Free Trade Area. We look forward to seeing you all in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal in November 2021. Thank you for your attention.
She deserves another applause. Ms. Olarantu Doherty, thank you so much for speaking to us. And it was interesting because some of the questions that were asked yesterday was whether Africa is ready for digitization. So it's good to know that through the efforts of Afrexim Bank, we are making an effort to harness the fourth industrial revolution with the objectives of the Continental Free Trade Agreement. It's also important to note that there's representativity in the leadership of this effort. If we talk about representativity, they say that the gains that have been made, women mostly stand to gain in terms of the AFCFTA, but that improving the lives of women, the risk that some of them will have to take, the economic gains, as mentioned, that were made by women during COVID-19 has completely encroached on that. According to the Economic Commission of South Africa, for instance, they're saying that women account for around 70% of informal cross-border traders in Africa. So if we are not going to make an effort to deal with the infrastructural problems and ensure their safety, for instance, you spoke about the importance of access to information and the various financial packages that would be available to those who are in the SMME sector. If we're not going to ensure that, we can't talk then about growing the manufacturing sector that would provide new job opportunities. So we're looking forward to that. It's small to medium enterprises that has been emphasized, that they account for at least 90% of the jobs. Gentlemen, let me call onto the stage our next guest. And we're going to ask Mr. Dave Kofi, who's the Chief Executive of the African Association of Automotive Manufacturers, to come up on stage and speak to us. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for the opportunity to share the automotive contribution to transforming Africa. I can also reflect, Sabisa, on what you said about Proudly African, and I wasn't at yesterday's event, but I've seen it engaging various governments around Africa. We've got a lot of work to do. We have to earn the respect, and that I've felt firsthand. So I'm going to give you a positive message today about what we are doing in the auto industry across Africa and the gains being made and the belief in the industry. And I'll start off by sharing some of the challenges. So despite Africa having only 1.3% of global vehicle demand, yet 17% of the global population is living in Africa. We have a very low motorization rate of 42 vehicles per 1,000 people versus a global average of 182 vehicles per 1,000 people. And despite sub-Saharan Africa comprising 44 countries, we only have a new vehicle demand in sub-Saharan Africa of 90,000 vehicles, which is very low, because more than 80% of vehicles purchased in sub-Saharan Africa are used vehicles imported from developed economies, from vehicles being dumped, and many of them are not roadworthy. And despite that, the industry plays a disproportionately small manufacturing role in Africa, with fragmented light assembly operations scattered around various countries, we believe Africa is the last frontier in the global automotive industry. We believe that there is a huge opportunity in Africa. We are feeling it, and I'll share some of the discussions we've been having, that the market, which was just over 1 million new vehicles pre-COVID, can grow to 5 million vehicles over the next 15 years via the implementation of the appropriate and progressive automotive policies and implementation of ecosystems. So we applaud the African Union for launching the African Continental Free Trade Area on 1 January this year. The commitment by the African Union and the Secretariat to industrialize and grow the auto sector within the world's largest single market is a key enabler. We often speak about, and we know, the emerging middle class, the growing population, the connectivity, the urbanization. That's been spoken about for a while. But having the single entity in the Secretariat, in the center, driving the industrialization from a policy perspective is absolutely a game changer. So the auto industry is an obvious industrialization opportunity on the continent, with the benefit of creating good and significant employment and reversing the forex drain which supports these imported vehicles coming into the continent. We know what a fully integrated auto sector can do. You reflect on South Africa, where there are 900,000 people actually employed in the entire value chain, from farming through to retail, while 110,000 people are directly involved in manufacturing components and assembling cars. It contributes significantly to any economy, and in the South African case, it's just under 7% to the GDP. So it is a great opportunity for Africa. But Africa is the dumping ground for used vehicles, as I've touched on, from the world developed economies. And we've engaged with certain of these economies, particularly the EU more recently. And this is going to get worse. This is going to get worse as the world developed economies move to electrification quicker than the developing economies, where you'll find these internal combustion engines coming into Africa. We've got to stop that. We've got to prevent it taking place, and the developed economies need to recycle their own vehicles while we build up our car park, and used vehicles in Africa need to come from vehicles ultimately assembled in Africa. And that is our driver. So the African Continental Free Trade Area will provide the scale that is required for global competitiveness. We understand fully that in developing the industry in Africa, it must be globally competitive, because it is an extremely competitive sector. There are global value chains, and our mission is to enhance the scale that's going to be provided by the single market. And I want to touch on and share the context of what we do as the African Association of Automotive Manufacturers. We are a private sector association focused on the continent. Our vision is to expand and deepen the auto industry by working with African governments to shape and implement policies and ecosystems that will attract investors and unlock the economic potential of the continent. So our members are the global OEMs, the component manufacturers, the service providers, who all contribute to the automotive ecosystem. I'm experiencing a growing interest from within Africa and from external to Africa in support of our vision to actually drive the demand for vehicles from 1 million to 5 million in the next 15 years, which I have touched on. But we see 4 steps in this development journey, and I'd like to share that with you because it's very important so one understands where the vision comes from. The first step is where hub countries, hub assemblers like Ghana, and I'll touch on a bit more on Ghana now, develop their national policy. They're independent, but they are compatible and we'll need that for the regional integration. And wherever you introduce a progressive industrial policy, investment follows. Let's just start off by looking at Morocco and South Africa. We've got great industrial policy. The investment is significant, and we see that in the media. And that's just happening in Ghana right now. So in March 2020, Ghana introduced and legislated its automotive policy. It was in August of 2020 that VW started assembling vehicles. Toyota has just made that announcement. Nissan will start assembling in January, and I know of 4 other global brands that are going to be assembled next year in Ghana. The government is extremely progressive. It's got strong industrial objectives, of which automotive is one, and great things will come from Ghana. Step 2 is where regional collaboration takes place with an alignment of what countries do best. It's pointless having 2 countries next to each other that are both starting to assemble passenger cars, because you actually need the scale. So how does one determine how a country will support a hub assembler? What components will they manufacture and actually supply to the hub assembler, and in turn support them by purchasing the vehicles? So we need this regional collaboration to take place. And step 3 is the development into a system of production and trade. And this is where we see regional economies in the north, east, west, and south of Africa trading vehicles and components in a duty-free environment. That is where we need to progress to. And we see, as the auto sector, we see a car, a bakkie, a light commercial vehicle, being produced in one location in Africa, only one, and being assembled, completely knocked down, and supplied to the rest of Africa. And we create this production and trade system. We need to drive economies of scale, and therefore there needs to be an alignment across Africa of who's best suited to do what. And step 4 is where this production and trade system exists within the single market of the free trade area. So it's a vision that takes us through to the criticality of having the single market, which will enable the scale. And to date, it is only Morocco and South Africa that have successfully and competitively industrialized their auto industries. And pre-COVID, between the 2 countries, they assembled 1 million vehicles. Just behind them, in fact, a long way behind them, but the next biggest producer was Egypt, at only around 100,000 vehicles, which will probably be producing this year. And it's only because they don't have the right policy in place to date, which we're working on. And the auto industry lends itself to a development path. It's vital in these discussions around rules of origin that we bring the countries that are less industrialized, that have quite weak manufacturing bases, that we bring them into the auto industry. We enable them the path to develop their value chains and participate. People have asked me this question, let's just liberalize. We just liberalize today, take the duties down to 0. There's only 2 winners in Africa. It's Morocco and South Africa. And that's not the intention of this. We as an association are driving the industrialization of Africa. And that's what's important in this journey. So there needs to be a developmental path where we bring in the aspirate industrialists into the value chain. And we have a vision for that through what we call the African Auto Pact. And it's critical that we do enable Africa from a manufacturing perspective. But I'd like to reflect on policy progress across African countries where we are engaging with governments. Ghana, I've already shared with you where they are. They're on the road. They're making good progress. Nigeria is a huge country, 200 million people. Right now it's stagnant. We continue to engage with them. We need to get them on this journey. They are key to actually becoming a hub assembler in Africa, and we will persist. Ivory Coast, we visited them recently. They want to introduce an automotive program, and it's about how they work closely with Ghana in West Africa so that we get alignment. In East Africa, Kenya has an automotive industry. It has huge potential. It's just approved its auto policy through government, and will be appointing a National Automotive Council which will agree legislation with government approval and will roll it out. We will be there to support them. A key economy, a key hub in the development of Africa. With Ethiopia, We are currently developing an automotive policy. It will be complete by the end of November. Also a big country, 100 million people. It will be exciting to see how they take that forward. Rwanda, you've read quite a lot about that. Rwanda is an innovation hub for mobility solutions. How do they join into the East African value chain? I believe there's opportunity for components. The last one I want to touch on is Egypt. We are engaging strongly. They are a key North African hub. They are well industrialized. They have a good component manufacturing base today, but we need to refine the policy and find some agreement with the EU to enable the industrialization of Egypt to take place. It's key for the industrialization of Africa. So we see these hubs in the north, south, east, and west of Africa. I haven't touched on South Africa and Morocco. Obviously, they are key. They're also party to this development journey, but they are well down the road. So just to share, what are the three key drivers which I identify in realizing this automotive vision? What needs to happen? We need the political willingness of member states to legislate and implement progressive automotive policies. That is absolutely critical. And it is quite a challenge in places because you've got strong used car lobby groups, where in sub-Saharan Africa, you've got 80 to 85% of vehicle demand comes from used cars, and there are strong associations. But that's where we engage. We recently engaged the Ghanaian importers of used vehicles as AAAM and shared that it's not about taking them out of the value chain. It's where do they source their product from? Source it from Africa, made in Africa, and use. That's where we ultimately see, as the car park grows, we see the opportunity for used cars to come from Africa. It will take time to get there, but it's key that they are party to the value chain. So having that political willingness to implement a policy, set down the regulations, and actually enjoy the medium to long-term benefits of an industry which will make significant impact on an economy. The second and critical point is the development of regional value chains. There are many countries in sub-Saharan Africa have a weak manufacturing base, and we've experienced it firsthand. So what do we do to change that? If you look at rubber in West Africa, and I've seen it firsthand. I was in Ivory Coast recently. I've been in Ghana many times. Our rubber gets exported from Africa to Europe to a tire manufacturer, and the value is added there. That needs to stop. We need to actually, there's no tire production in East or West Africa now at scale. And there are various reasons for that, in competitive reasons coming in from the East. But we need to convert it. I know that in South Africa, that all the wire used in wiring harnesses in vehicles is imported from outside of Africa. We have huge copper reserves in West Africa. How do we convert that and actually sheath it and supply it to the tier 1 manufacturers of wiring harnesses? We need to change that. West Africa has strong reserves of cobalt. That's right in the discussion now because it's used in electric vehicles. How do we add some value to that as opposed to just exporting the raw material? These are the issues which we need to deal with. We are currently conducting a study, thank you to Afrexim Bank, regarding the value chain in the ECOWAS region. What country has what sustainable inherent advantage to manufacture components to supply into Africa? That's what we need to research and uncover. And this is a medium to long-term journey. Then we need to do the study in SADC and the EAC, and ultimately develop component manufacturing for supply into Africa assemblers. And that's the journey that we're on. And just for interest, we've got to know well what manufacturing capability is in Ghana. We're learning what's in Kenya. We know what's happening in Egypt. How do we get companies that actually have the capability to manufacture? We take them to the countries that need this industrial capability and partner locals in the country, upskill and develop the value chain. That's our mission. And if we don't find companies in Africa to do that, we have a German partner, which I'll share with you now. Let's bring in foreign companies to come and partner and develop the manufacturing capability. So that's our mission. The third point, which is key for Africa, is to create demand. An industry won't exist without the demand for new vehicles. And you've got governments who introduce procurement programs, who actually assure investors that they will buy from them. You've got to develop the regional value chain so regional markets buy. You need to find ways to offer affordable finance. And this is key. We have to find affordable mobility solutions with affordable interest rates. Many people can't afford or can't access credit, let alone afford interest in certain countries. These are issues we are dealing with. So political willingness, the value chains, and affordable mobility to create demand. Those are the key drivers in Africa. So I just want to reflect on our partners, and this will share with you as to the interest that's growing in developing the auto sector across Africa. The first is Afreximbank. They have embraced the automotive strategy for the continent. We are working closely together on the policy development, the value chains, and auto financing. And I thank you, Afreximbank, for your support, and the IATF for bringing the continent together. You're an absolute key player and the leading development bank in Africa. Then the German Association of the Automotive Industry, you might know them, they are the VDA. They're also partnering with us. They see the opportunity representing the German automotive manufacturers to develop Africa. If you just look at the electrification space in Europe, there is a risk in those value chains right now where the employment will not be at the same level. There are a lot less components used in the assembly of electric vehicle than an ICE. So they see the importance of actually developing and supporting this vision that we have got to get to 5 million vehicles. It was last week that I was in Munich at the IAA Mobility Fair. Normally that's the largest motor show in the world. It's been downscaled to a mobility fair considering COVID. It was still well attended and a very strong drive for technologies of the future. On Wednesday, in the IAA, because it's organized by the VDA, we had Africa Day. Okay, it's the first time ever. It's been given a place because of the understanding of the importance of Africa. And we had an overall webinar about Africa and some of the points of the vision I'm sharing with you. But following that was reflection on Ghana, and a panel around Ghana and people from Ghana actually sharing where they are and what they are doing. Kenya was also on the stage that day. So it's gaining prominence, and the importance of developing Africa and the opportunity is appreciated well wider than Africa itself. It is also very encouraging and important that I just share with you that the Japanese are now showing an interest in Africa in the automotive sector. So JICA, which is the development agency, are currently conducting research right now as to what role have they got in supporting the development of the auto industry. We need that. We have Japanese manufacturers, a lot of Japanese cars across Africa. So we need them to get a lot closer, and that research will be conducted and completed by the end of the year. And lastly, we are collaborating as AAAM very closely with the African Union and the Free Trade Area Secretariat in terms of rules of origin and support for the process. And it's fantastic to see this alignment between the AU, the Secretariat ourselves, and Afreximbank, and all the coalition of the willing driving this vision for Africa. I hope that we do see you, and we certainly would like to invite you to the Automotive Forum, which has been touched on the 16th and 17th of November in Durban. We have chosen topics there which are key to the development of the industry in Africa, and it's not just going to be presentation, it's going to be presentation, case study, and workshops with the audience to say, how do we accelerate this vision for Africa? So lastly, I want to end off with the words, and these are great words, of Minister Chiramartin, who's the Minister of Trade and Industry in Ghana. And he said, the development of the auto industry in Africa will not happen by chance. This requires a deliberate and courageous leadership from both the public and private sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kofi. Please give him a warm round of applause for that substantive presentation. industry is said to be at 28.45 billion. Those are 2020 figures. They say it's expected to triple, I think, in 2030, at least in terms of expanded sales. But I believe that part of the reasons new vehicle sales are a problem is because of the quality of good second-hand cars being imported into Africa. So that's something that we have to remedy, and important to create progressive automotive policies in order to do that. Thank you very much for speaking to us, and of course we will, during the course of our discussions, look at countries that seem to be doing well. I know that it's been said that South Africa, Morocco, and Egypt are considered to be first movers in this category because they have distinct, well-established automotive value chains, which you touched on as well. You mentioned other countries as well that we can learn from, Ghana, Rwanda. And let's cast our eyes now to what we're looking forward to, as we mentioned, November. By the way, please remember #IATF. We'd like you to be active on social media, share some of the conversations that we're having today. Even though people are not watching on the virtual platform, I'm sure there are people who are interested in some of the conversations here. So the figures, $40 billion in trade and investment deals. That's what's being expected. 5,000 conference participants. I'm sure the figures will grow as we relax the lockdown levels. 10,000 visitors and buyers. We're hoping for a lot more, and more than 1,000 exhibitors. So that's just in brief what we're expecting from the Intra-Africa Trade Fair 2021 in Durban. But please, let's take a look at the video that'll tell you a little bit more.
The African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, in collaboration with the African Union and AFCFTA Secretariat, brings you the second Intra-African Trade Fair, IATF 2021, to be hosted by the Government of the Republic of South Africa in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, from the 15th to the 21st of November 2021. IATF 2021 is expected to attract over 1,100 exhibitors and 5,000 conference participants from more than 55 countries, and to generate up to $40 billion in trade and investment deals. IATF 2021 will consist of an exhibition, a trade and investment forum comprising of the IATF 2021 conference featuring leading African and international speakers, and a variety of sessions on, among others, African trade and investment, opportunities under the African Continental Free Trade Area, and training workshops covering exporting, standards and marketing. A virtual trade fair providing buyers, sellers, exhibitors and countries an interactive online platform where they can showcase their goods, services and investment opportunities. African heads of state, ministers responsible for trade, industry and finance, central bank governors and captains of industry will be participating from the 15th to the 21st of November 2021. IATF 2021 is brought to you by Afreximbank in collaboration with the African Union and AFCFTA Secretariat, and hosted by the Government of the Republic of South Africa in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, with the support of our official event partners. Intra-African Trade Fair, transforming Africa. To register and get more information, visit www.intraafricantradefair.com.
Doesn't that just give you FOMO? Doesn't it just make you want to speed up time and get there? I'm sure there's a lot more excitement in this room than you're showing. You're just holding back. You're just shy. Okay, so let's prepare the stage now for our keynote address. The head of department of the Department of Communications and Technologies, I'd like to call onto the stage Mr. Nhlakanipho Nkontwane, who is in fact the head of Department of Economic Development and Tourism and Environmental Affairs, because we were expecting the Minister of Communications, but he's going to speak on behalf of the Minister and of course as the department in KwaZulu-Natal as we prepare for that. Please give him a warm round of applause as he stands up.
No, thank you, Program Director. Good morning to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not easy to speak on behalf of the Minister. However, she said I must bring her warm greetings to you. She could not be with us today because of the cabinet lekgotla that started yesterday, but I'll try my best to do justice. Ms. Ulerati Toheti from African Bank, good morning to you. Mr. Neville Maki, my colleague, the CEO of the KZN, Mr. Dave Kofi, the CEO of AAAM, thank you very much for your speech. As well earlier, our esteemed panelists, the members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to be with you today as we enter the last stretch to Durban for the second edition of the Intra-African Trade Fair, which will take place at Nkosi Albert Luthuli ICC from the 15th to the 21st of November this year. We stand in front of you today on the eve of the Premier of KZN, Mr. Sihla Zikalala, and the Chairman of the Intra-African Trade Fair Advisory Council, His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, the former President of Nigeria, leading the signing ceremony of the hosting agreement between South Africa and the continent, which will take place tomorrow on the 16th of September. This is no small feat, ladies and gentlemen. It is a commitment that we are making as government to carry forth the vision and the dreams that were put forward by our forebears at the formation of the Organization of African Unity, where they position intra-Africa trade as the cornerstone of economic emancipation for the nation-state of Africa. Sadly, they did not live long enough to witness this dream being realized, but through this effort by African Bank, the African Union, the AFCFTA Secretariat, and all partners, they can rest in peace because the vision which they live and even died for is being carried out forward by this generation. To underscore this point, this generation in our lifetime at the African Union further galvanized the dream by declaring Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, as the new developmental model for the continent. We dare not fail these dreams. We say thank you to the African Bank and the AU for their leadership for the second edition to be held in South Africa, especially in Durban this year. We are committing to expediting beneficiation of our precious metals and not allow them to be exported as raw material and come back as finished product. Africa cannot be price takers forever. We need to begin to be price setters for our original and authentic African products. This is critical for localization, for job creation, skills development, and jobs for our youth and women, especially. For Africa to move forward as a continent, as a unit, we must clear all the artificial boundaries created during colonial era that make us see ourselves as individual countries, not as a continent. A common market of over 1.2 billion people with combined GDP of over 3.3 trillion US dollars. We need to urgently repackage many of our individualistic and inward-looking policies that are hindering intra-trade and free flow of goods and services between our countries and design new packages that are futuristic and mindful of the common Africa we want to build and leave behind for future generations. The IATF2021 forms the basis for that. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a devastating effects on our economy. Hosting meetings and events safely amid COVID-19 will require major adjustment on the part of the planners, venue organizers, and governments. It will be a combined effort to restart the industry and begin hosting in-person events again. We are acting decisively as government to address the adverse effects of the pandemic on our people and our ability to host global events, including the successful IATF2021 conference. In response, as government, we are aggressively intensifying the vaccination program to cover every township and village. It is important that we go to each and every corner of this country to ensure that people are vaccinated. And we'll be working with civil society organizations, which are very critical as we ensure that we cover each and every corner. The prohibition of huge gatherings during the COVID-19 pandemic was a necessary measure to keep people safe from the coronavirus. However, we are confident that this event will be hosted safely in November because of the following. Our government has been working closely together with all other structures to determine the measures to be taken in planning and hosting such big events. The vaccination drive has gained momentum in the whole country. And for instance, just to ensure that I give you a hint what has been happening in KwaZulu-Natal, where we'll be hosting the event. In the past Friday, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal launched a vaccination drive-in through campaign in King Kojayo district to ensure that there is easy access by everyone. And I think we have seen that happening in the whole country. And this is what we'll be driving moving forward to ensure that people are able to access the services that government provides. Also, what is important is that in Richards Bay, where this campaign was launched by His Excellency, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, is Richards Bay. It's where African Bank has heavily invested in Nyanza Light Metals, which is a chemical manufacturing company that has started construction of its titanium dioxide pigment production plant at Richards Bay Industrial Development Zone. The investment is at the margin of 4.5 billion, and the project will be rolled out in 3 phases. And this demonstrates the relationship that already that province is having with African Bank, and we do hope that all other provinces will tap into this opportunity that is presented by the African Bank and ensure that they grow their industries, because we have a true partner in this regard. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, KwaZulu-Natal has mastered the art of hosting global events, and Inkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center is an internationally acclaimed theater for such events. And this event that we'll be hosting in November is safe being hosted in that part of the country. And also KZN is a tourist destination, as well as Cape Town and any other. But I think it's important that we give you assurance that where we'll be going, we are supposed to be there. And we have to make sure, as other speakers have said and they've been saying when we started in Ghana with the roadshows in Nairobi, and we're here, and I know that the colleagues will be going to Cameroon as well as Ivory Coast, and we'll end up in Cairo before we host this event. The beaches of the KwaZulu-Natal are welcoming. So is its Drakensberg Mountains and the melting pot of its diverse culture. It also focuses on sport tourism, and I think it's important that we also embrace sport tourism as we grow our economies, and because this is a new opportunity that we have, as other countries are failing or are failing to tap into this opportunity. As a nation, as the provinces, we must also tap into sport tourism and ensure that we bring back the glory that we had before the pandemic, ensure that we host these events. But it had to be important that people get vaccinated before they can access these events. And I think we need to work together to ensure that this becomes a success. And I must say that also in that particular part of the country, which is KZN, they also hosted the Market Access Africa, which is an agri-business conference hosted in partnership with the European Union. And this is what is happening in that part of the country. And I do hope that the business people in this province, they will be part of the conversation and strategic collaboration that we'll be having in the province to ensure that we strike deals and we grow our economy, not as individual provinces, but as a country as a whole, so that we are able to compete with other countries, not only in Africa, but also in the world. And our competition must be healthy. And this is what we're driving, to ensure that we're able to take forward what we're pursuing as a continent, but also as a country. I must indicate that yesterday, the Society for AIDS in Africa concluded the two-day marathon meetings in preparation for international conference on AIDS and STI in Africa, which is called ICASA, which will take place also in ICC in Durban and KwaZulu-Natal this coming December. This event draws about 8,000 to 10,000 delegates from across the globe. The COVID-19 dynamics will determine the number that will come to Durban in December. So this is part of what the nation is doing, that everywhere in every corner of our country, let's have these events and ensure that people did not only think about the adverse impact of the COVID-19, but they also think about the positive things that we do as government and as the people of this country, because people now, they need us to bring hope. And this is what we are doing. And the KZN is leading in the number of fronts, and we are calling upon the Western Cape to do same as well. So as Gauteng, as the colleagues were also there yesterday, and other provinces have to do likewise. Furthermore, KZN is hosting the World Table Tennis Championships in Durban in 2023. And let me gloat a bit. As a country with termed Germany, Dusseldorf, who had been bidding to stage the event again, following what had been termed resounding success of the 2017 edition. We are very proud of this achievement because it is a historic first time that the IATF's most prestigious event is being held in South Africa, and the first time on the African continent since Cairo, Egypt in 1939. I think it will be important to talk about the issues of stability. And I'm raising this issue because we know that we'll be having elections, local government elections in November this year. But also having had the social unrest both in Gauteng and in KZN, and we are talking about hosting this event in KZN in November. I must say that I have been assured by the colleagues and the principals and everyone involved, including the national government, and the commitment that has been made by the JCPS cluster, that KZN is stable and is a safe province to do business. And to underscore this point, one of the biggest coal producers, Rio Tinto, as we have heard before, that at some point they stopped because of the challenges. They resumed operations at Richards Bay Minerals last month following the stabilization of security around the mine. supported by national and provincial government, as well as substantive engagement with the host communities and the traditional authorities. These demonstrate that government as a collective is able to resolve its problems. As we always say, as South Africa, together we stand, divided we fall. It is also humbling to announce that the business fraternity, rather, in that province has committed itself to continue investing after the unrest, afterward what we have seen. And I just want to indicate one of the messages that we received at some point abroad, that people were worried that maybe even the hotels were trashed. But we can tell you that the hotels and hospitality industry is still intact, both in Gauteng as well as in KZN. These business companies have pledged to invest and embark on extensive expansion programs. One such company is the world's leading producer of coated fine paper, SAPI, which has announced that it will be unveiling its expansion program shortly. In fact, by the time this event comes to Durban, this is one of the expansion programs that you will witness. These demonstrate that we are a government at work, and our economic rebuilding exercise, as announced by His Excellency President Ramaphosa, is gaining traction. As far as aviation is concerned, Your Excellencies, I must indicate that aviation sector in South Africa is getting back to full operation. The long haul in and out of Durban operated by Emirates and Qatar Airways have resumed, while Mauritius will open for South African travelers from the 1st of October this year. This will make it easier for you, ladies and gentlemen, to fly directly in and out of Durban and any part of this country, as well as attending this conference. And I'm sure now you're aware that already British Airways is already taken up to the skies, the Gulula, the Fly Safe Air, and any other. And I must indicate that our Aerotropolis is buzzing. We are looking forward to SAA taking to the skies and flying the nation flag once again on the 23rd of September, when the national carrier resumes operation to destinations like Johannesburg and Cape Town, here where we are, Accra in Ghana, Kinshasa, Harare, Lusaka, Maputo, which will also make it easier to connect to other areas of the country, such as Durban. And South African tourism will host Africa Travel and Tourism Summit under the theme Reawakening Africa. The ATTS will be held as a hybrid in the 5 cities in Africa, including Durban, Johannesburg, Lagos, from the 19th to the 21st of September this year. This is exciting. And I think we should be able to come together as Africa and make sure that we embrace this event that will be taking place in Africa, as well as South Africa being part of the continent. It is our firm belief, ladies and gentlemen, that working together, the targets set for the IATF 2021 will be achieved, especially benefiting our women and youth, that we need to make sure that we empower. Our view is that this event should not be construed as the event for the elite. We must take our people along, let them be part of it, and feel that this is being done for them, because they are the taxpayers and they want to see success in whatever we do. In conclusion, I want to say to all of you, the kingdom is calling, the waves are calm, the sea breeze is welcoming. Never mind the sharks in the sea. there are safety nets. But I must warn the Stormers and the Western Province, there are no safety nets in the Shark Tank. Siyakolisi and the boys are waiting. See you there in Durban. But please, don't only come for the event. Please make time just to see other parts of the province and invest each and every cent that you have to promote domestic tourism. Africa Chipembe, asante sana, merci beaucoup, medisi, payadanki, inkosi siyabulela. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu, Mr. Nkontani, as he says, was it Durban? In fact, you forgot to say that. That's the moniker that we're used to hearing. Thank you very much. Just speaking about the state of readiness, the opportunities that exist, and you also spoke about a very important cohort, which is the biggest demographic on the continent, the youth. It's been said that one of the biggest challenges with regards to this will be pretty much streamlining how the youth benefit, how we ensure that they are consulted and at the very heart of design of the policies, that we must make a conscious effort, that young people need to be incorporated and they need to be educated on how to access capital, how to bring their innovation to the fore and protect it as well. Because the youth on the continent are not hegemonic or monolithic in their needs, in their aspirations. So they're going to require particular and specific policy reforms, especially in the facilitations that are going to be added for the value of goods and the diversification of local and export production. Now, I must say Afrexim Bank has done very well in ensuring that there is a portal. They have recognized, especially the creative sector, which we know that African youth are particularly talented in using these measures and platform to drive economic growth, poverty alleviation, including diversification and, as we mentioned, employment. So let's take a look at what Afrexim Bank is doing in this regard. I'm just going to step away a bit so that the video gives you more detail on that.
KwaZulu-Natal is an enticing, sophisticated, and spectacular destination. As one of South Africa's 9 provinces, it is the country's second largest economy. The ambitious future growth of the province lies primarily in its positioning as the gateway to Africa. Nowhere else in the continent is the combination of sea, land and air logistics being more developed and optimized as it is in KwaZulu-Natal. The province boasts 2 of the largest seaports in sub-Saharan Africa. Durban Container Terminal, which has recently been widened and deepened, and Richards Bay Harbour, the country's busiest deep-water and break bulk port, and home to the privately operated Richards Bay Coal Terminal. Both ports are backed by a world-class rail and road infrastructure, giving KwaZulu-Natal a key competitive advantage. The N2 is an important corridor connecting Durban and Richards Bay, and the N3 links Durban with a double-lane artery to the bustling capital of Gauteng. When it comes to fast, agile access to global markets, King Shaka International Airport is Southern Africa's premier air logistics platform. Situated at the Dubai Trade Port, this area truly prioritizes integrated air services. The province has the second highest export propensity as well as the second highest level of industrialization in the country. Toyota South Africa, the country's largest vehicle manufacturer, is located in the province, as are several major national suppliers. The ship repair, shipbuilding, and boat building industries also have a long and proud history in Durban. The province's chemical and plastic subsector is well established, versatile, and diversified. Minerals and mining are key industries in the northern areas. KwaZulu-Natal's agricultural sector boasts a wide diversity of high-quality agricultural land, and it is the country's leading producer of timber and manufacturer of timber products. KwaZulu-Natal is also striving to be a strong ICT and electronics contributor. To ensure growth and development of its wide variety of sectors, special economic zones have been identified as a conduit for economic growth. With its subtropical climate and breathtaking settings, KwaZulu-Natal is South Africa's domestic tourism leader. From its metropolitan heart in Durban, you will never be more than 3 hours away from the pristine beaches of the south, the majestic Drakensberg to the west, or the Isimangaliso Wetland Park in the north. As a place to live and work, KwaZulu-Natal offers world-class infrastructure and excellent medical, educational, social and cultural facilities. A skilled and semi-skilled labor pool also ensures that current and budding enterprises will have the right people readily available. With so many opportunities at hand, there's never been a better time to unlock the potential of KwaZulu-Natal. Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal, your knowledge partner in business.
Africa's soul is creative. Our music is our heartbeat. Our movies are our vision. Our fashion is our being. Our words are our voice. Our art is our future. Africa's creatives are rising within a mobilizing economy, ready for investment and growth. The Creative African Nexus, brought to you by Afrexim Bank, will take place in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa, from 15 to 21 November 2021. With over 3,000 participants from across Africa and the globe, Creative African Nexus will be the largest gathering of creatives, policymakers, investors, funders, financial and government leaders that Africa has ever seen. The future of African creativity is here.
Okay, so those are the expectations for Durban. Just a quick exercise to make sure that we're all together. Everybody please raise your left hand. Take your 2 fingers. Put them against your pulse. Do you feel anything? Okay, just making sure everybody's alive. Just rather quiet in here. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to just the final part of our presentations. So the World Bank says this obviously being the largest free trade area agreement will boost the regional income by 7%, $450 billion US. And that is supposed to also increase growth, especially for women, and lift about 30 million people out of extreme poverty by 2035. How we're going to do that through the various phases, these are some of the things that we're going to hear from our various speakers, and I'm sure to shed some light on that. Let's welcome from the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Economic Development and Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Mr. Neville Majid, who is the Chief Executive Officer for Trade and Investment. A very warm welcome. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Program Director. Ms. Tsepiso Makwetla from the SEBC. Please give a big round of applause. I think she's doing an amazing job. Like you made us check our pulses, I'll just ask everyone to lift and raise their cell phones. Open your cell phone. Open it up. I'm watching you. Open it up. Go on to the photo section where you take your own pictures. Please do a selfie of yourself. I'm going to do one of myself here with everyone else. Are you all doing selfies? I'm doing one also with the program director here. Okay. Are you all done? Please post that. Spread the message about the AITF, that it's coming to South Africa, and we need to support it. I think it's a great initiative. After that commercial break, Mr. Nhlanganipho Nkontwana, the head of department for the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, who's just addressed us and given us the keynote address. Ms. Oluranti Doherty, Director of Export Development from the African Bank. Mr. Dave Coffey, CEO of Africa Association of the Automotive Manufacturers. Senior management from African Bank. I've even seen my good friend, Mr. Musiwa, who we work very closely on projects that we're wanting to pitch to African Bank. Mr. Salman Kaji from Westgrow, Assalamu alaikum. International business organizations, business leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. What more can I say after all that has been said? But I'll try and summarize as much as possible. I would like to just start with a quote of one of our great leaders, actually an American civil rights leader. He said, "Both tears and sweat are salty, but render a different result. Tears will get you sympathy, sweat will get you change." These were words that were said by Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr., and I think it showcases the true worth of the AITF. This event is hosted with the aim of showcasing largest manufacturing developments, encouraging trade within Africa. For this, we must say thank you to African Bank for really having championed that process. I'm in denial. The successful marketing and promotion of the AITF through this event, I believe, will encourage closer linkages within the continent and will continue to assist us in the attainment of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which has been signed off, and we've seen its implementation from the 1st of this year. An event, by the way, I was eager to log on to on Christmas Day. As has been said, and I'm not going to repeat, intra-Africa trade is a mere 16%. Depending who you talk to, others say between 16 to 18%, but let's stick to 16%. It's very small. And we need to really focus on how we improve that intra-Africa trade. As KwaZulu-Natal, we put together the KwaZulu-Natal Export Strategy for Africa. And when we spoke to some of our diplomatic corps led by our political leadership, as well as our HOD in Pretoria, they said it's well and good you're talking about South Africa's export strategy into Africa, but have you done a full analysis of the products that are coming from Africa that you need as a region? And that's what the Africa Continental Free Trade Area seeks to achieve. I was quite excited about the study that you're currently doing with the African Bank from AAAM, and I think we'd like to tap into some of that information to see how we identify key products for intra-Africa trade, because that's what we need to improve. We need to move away from the big brother approach depending really regardless of which country you are within the continent. And we need to also move away from this attachment to the colonial master. Those are some of the barriers that really hinder intra-Africa trade, where you feel you need to go through the UK to trade with X country, or go through Portugal to trade with X country, or to go through France to trade with X country, or to go through Italy to trade with X country, or Belgium or Germany, etc. It's important that as Africa, we're able to trade amongst each other without being worried about the colonial master. On behalf of the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal, the host province, I would like to express my appreciation to the African Bank for creating this platform for African companies to speak to each other, African manufacturers to exchange products and services. The new global economy argues that cooperation based on emerging markets will play an increasing prominent role in the global business and cross-border business. Much of this rise will be due to an expansion of trade and investment, not between developed countries, but between developing countries. And as a continent, we need to really take a leaf out of that. As KwaZulu-Natal will be placing the highest premium in forging trade relations with those respective regions within the continent that seek to see further and enhance further cooperation with our region. And we do not speak as an island as KwaZulu-Natal. We remember quite closely that we are South Africa before we become KwaZulu-Natal. Durban is South Africa's has got South Africa's premium port, the Port of Durban, as well as the port further north of Durban, the Port of Richards Bay, which are quite important for the economy of South Africa. The province, as has been announced, is the second largest contributor to South Africa's GDP, and we'd like to see that grow exponentially. We have done an assessment of our key products that can be exported into the African continent, and we are also currently doing an analysis of the types of products that we need as a region in order to support the intra-Africa trade, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The sectors where KwaZulu-Natal has greater share than in their overall average are chemicals, plastics and rubber, wood and paper and pulp, footwear, leather, clothing and textiles, automotive sector, aviation and transport equipment. Of course, on our doorstep is a large untapped market within the continent, a market with over 1.2 billion people, a growing middle class that will seek products. And it's important that within this market, we move away from importing products from outside of the continent. We need to encourage intra-Africa trade. Over the years, the KwaZulu-Natal government has undertaken several and various projects to ensure that we position KwaZulu-Natal as an economic destination of choice and ready to host business tourists as well as other categories of visitors. But we focus mostly also over and above within our tourism sector, as my HOD has indicated, sports tourism and other sectors. But our also focus is purely on business tourists, a businessman that knows that they can come and enjoy our province, but being able to still do business. KwaZulu-Natal has been continuously implementing a range of intelligent transportation systems to maximize effective use of transportation systems within our key cities, in particular eThekwini, that have been piloted. Stages into to take care of opportunities presented within the green economy as well as the renewable energy sector. These are the key sectors that the province has seen future growth and development. The province is also quite important in ensuring that, particularly within the renewable energy sector, we create generation that will be sustainable in the future. KwaZulu-Natal has different cultures and traditions, cuisines, which makes us different from other nations in the world. Thousands that have previously flocked into our region, we are ready to welcome them into our province. We are ready to host the Intra-Africa Trade Fair in partnership with the African Bank. And also to generate intra-Africa trade. Our aim and our wish as a province is to see that level of development. And our motto always is, particularly in the space that we are in, of trade and investment, as long as it's in South Africa, it'll benefit South Africans. The Intra-Africa Trade Fair will create that platform. We're going to find global markets and global companies participating in African-led initiatives only because we are not there. You need to be part of this prestigious event, which started in Cairo in 2018 and will continue in the next few years. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the words of Kwame Nkrumah, who said, "United in our common desire to move forward together in dealing with all the problems that can be best solved on a continental basis. Only Africans understand what Africans need." Most times we rely on reports that come from Geneva, reports that come from Austria, reports that come from New York. And we don't generate our own analysis and our own understanding of what we need as a continent. We need to take charge of our own destiny. And the only way to do that is if we are proactive in the marketing and the promotion of our products within the continent. These words, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to conclude by expressing our gratitude to the African Bank for bringing the Intra-Africa Trade Fair to South Africa and creating opportunities for our businesses to interact and create a platform where they can showcase their products and services. And most importantly, for encouraging manufacturing and also for us to be able to tap into the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. I thank you.
Mr. Nero Mikey's, everybody please give him another warm round of applause. I hope that you're honoring him by tweeting. Nobody out the door until we see your tweet. We talk about vaccine passports, well, you haven't seen anything yet. Okay, so we're going to have a photo opportunity now. So the speakers will take your photos first, and then we'll have the panelists, and then we'll have the speakers and the panelists together afterwards. Please take this moment to have a comfort break. There's tea and coffee being served at the back there, and we're going to be 15 minutes. So also, if you haven't had time to make an appointment with any of the AFRICSM members for a one-on-one meeting, you can do that at the welcome desk. And please remember to hashtag IATF, share some of the conversations, or perhaps even some of what you would like to see come up in the panel discussion. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. That's starting now. If somebody can give me a time. 11:15. Okay, great. All right.
this momentum in Africa's broad history, you're aware of under the African Continental Free Area, the dawn of the single market era for goods and services across 55 countries. The Intra-African Trade Fair, IATF2021, is being held in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. From the 15th to the 21st of November 2021, public and private sector leaders and captains of industry from across the continent and beyond will gather to exchange trade and market information and explore investment opportunities to unlock Africa's full potential under the conference theme, Building Bridges for a Successful AFCFTA. No other event will bring more professionals, traders and industry players together under one roof or do more to boost Africa's trade. IATF 2021 is expected to facilitate trade and investment deals in excess of $40 billion by attracting over 1,100 exhibitors, 5,000 conference participants, and more than 10,000 visitors and buyers from across 55 African countries and beyond. Among the attractions, the IATF Automotive Show, incorporating the Automotive Exhibition, the Automotive Forum, and the B2B, B2G, offering participants unrivaled scope to meet, trade, and seek opportunities in Africa's automotive sector, the automotive market's final frontier. Be there to connect with continental and global buyers and sellers across the full range of interests and to maximize your market share in a sector poised for exceptional growth in the African Continental Free Trade Area. To be an exhibitor, sponsor or speaker at the IATF 2021 Automotive Trade Show or Automotive Forum, send your inquiry today to customerservice@tradeffair.com. IATF 2021 is brought to you by Afrexim Bank in collaboration with the African Union and the AFCFTA Secretariat and hosted by the province of KwaZulu-Natal and the Republic of South Africa with the support of our official event partners. At this momentous time in Africa's proud history, the inaugural year of trading under the African Continental Free Trade Area, the dawn of the single market era for goods and services across 55 countries, the Intra-African Trade Fair, IATF 2021, is being held in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. From the 15th to the 21st of November 2021, public and private sector leaders and captains of industry from across the continent and beyond will gather to exchange trade and market information and explore investment opportunities to unlock Africa's full potential under the conference theme, Building Bridges for a Successful AFCFTA. No other event will bring more professionals, traders and industry players together under one roof or do more to boost Africa's trade. IATF 2021 is expected to facilitate trade and investment deals in excess of $40 billion by attracting over 1,100 exhibitors, 5,000 conference participants, and more than 10,000 visitors and buyers from across 55 African countries and beyond. Core to IATF 2021 will be the B2B and B2G, which will feature the hosted buyer program, offering buyers and exhibitors the opportunity to engage in valuable sales and networking meetings. Hosted buyers must have purchasing authority in their sector, be actively engaged in Africa or soon to be, already trading to the value of at least $500,000 annually, and committed to attending pre-scheduled meetings throughout IATF 2021. Hosted buyer benefits include a contribution to transport and accommodation, entry to networking events, and a fully personalized meeting schedule. To apply to participate in the hosted buyer program, send your inquiry today to iatfbuyers@readafricaexpo.co.za. IATF 2021 is brought to you by Afrexim Bank in collaboration with the African Union and the AFCFTA Secretariat and hosted by the province of KwaZulu-Natal and the Republic of South Africa with the support of our official event partners. At this momentous time in Africa's proud history, the inaugural year of trading under the African Continental Free Trade Area, the dawn of the single market era for goods and services across 55 countries, the Intra-African Trade Fair, IATF 2021, is being held in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. From the 15th to the 21st of November 2021, public and private sector leaders and captains of industry from across the continent and beyond will gather to exchange trade and market information and explore investment opportunities to unlock Africa's full potential under the conference theme, Building Bridges for a Successful AFCFTA. No other event will bring more professionals, traders and industry players together under one roof, or do more to boost Africa's trade. IATF 2021 is expected to facilitate trade and investment deals in excess of $40 billion by attracting over 1,100 exhibitors, 5,000 conference participants, and more than 10,000 visitors and buyers from across 55 African countries and beyond. IATF 2021 Country Days will provide one of the principal attractions, allowing selected countries to promote their trade and investment opportunities and tourism and cultural attractions during the trade fair for one day. A unique opportunity to generate awareness about investment opportunities available in the country, as well as products and services for export, develop new contacts for joint venture agreements, access new markets, promote specific business sectors, establish international trade credentials and more. For a minimum investment of $300,000, your country can join our already confirmed Country Day sponsors, South Africa, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire and Nigeria. To find out more about participating in an IATF 2021 Country Day, send your inquiry today to customer service at intra-africantrade.com. IATF 2021 is brought to you by Afrexim Bank in collaboration with the African Union and the AFCFTA Secretariat, and hosted by the province of KwaZulu-Natal and the Republic of South Africa, with the support of our official event partners. At this momentous time in Africa's proud history, the inaugural year of trading under the African Continental Free Trade Area, the dawn of the single market era for goods and services across 55 countries, the Intra-African Trade Fair, IATF 2021, is being held in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. From the 15th to the 21st of November 2021, public and private sector leaders and captains of industry from across the continent and beyond will gather to exchange trade and market information and explore investment opportunities to unlock Africa's full potential under the conference theme, Building Bridges for a Successful AFCFTA. No other event will bring more professionals, traders and industry players together under one roof, or do more to boost Africa's trade. IATF 2021 is expected to facilitate trade and investment deals in excess of $40 billion by attracting over 1,100 exhibitors, 5,000 conference participants, and more than 10,000 visitors and buyers from across 55 African countries and beyond. Principal attractions surrounding the event will include the Trade and Investment Forum, B2B B2G program, Country Days, the IATF virtual platform, Creative Africa Nexus, the IATF Automotive Show, Youth Startups, and IATF e-commerce store. To find out about becoming an IATF 2021 exhibitor at this multi-sectoral event, send your inquiry today to customer service at intra-africantradefair.com. IATF 2021 is brought to you by Afrexim Bank in collaboration with the African Union and the AFCFTA Secretariat, and hosted by the province of KwaZulu-Natal and the Republic of South Africa, with the support of our official event partners. At this momentous time in Africa's proud history, the inaugural year of trading under the African Continental Free Trade Area, the dawn of the single market era for goods and services across 55 countries, the Intra-African Trade Fair, IATF 2021, is being held in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. From the 15th to the 21st of November 2021, public and private sector leaders and captains of industry from across the continent and beyond will gather to exchange trade and market information and explore investment opportunities to unlock Africa's full potential under the conference theme, Building Bridges for a Successful AFCFTA. No other event will bring more professionals, traders and industry players together under one roof, or do more to boost Africa's trade. IATF 2021 is expected to facilitate trade and investment deals in excess of $40 billion by attracting over 1,100 exhibitors, 5,000 conference participants, and more than 10,000 visitors and buyers from over 55 African countries and beyond. At the heart of IATF 2021 will be a 4-day conference dedicated to trade and investment, with a primary focus on discussing opportunities under the AFCFTA and including workshops on exporting, standards and marketing. The conference is expected to attract senior government officials, CEOs of major financial institutions, captains of industry, investors, companies and international organizations, along with thought leaders from multiple sectors and the academic community. For details on how to register for the forum, you can visit intraafricantradefair.com. IATF 2021 is brought to you by Afrexim Bank in collaboration with the African Union and AFCFTA Secretariat, and hosted by the Government of the Republic of South Africa in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, with the support of our official event partners. At this momentous time in Africa's proud history, the inaugural year of trading under the African Continental Free Trade Area, the dawn of the single market era for goods and services across 55 countries, the Intra-African Trade Fair IATF 2021 is being held in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. From the 15th to the 21st of November 2021, public and private sector leaders and captains of industry from across the continent and beyond will gather to exchange trade and market information and explore investment opportunities to unlock Africa's full potential under the conference theme, Building Bridges for a Successful AFCFTA. No other event will bring more professionals, traders and industry players together under one roof, or do more to boost Africa's trade. IATF 2021 is expected to facilitate trade and investment deals in excess of $40 billion by attracting over 1,100 exhibitors, 5,000 conference participants, and more than 10,000 visitors and buyers from across 55 African countries and beyond. Buyers and sellers can also connect year-round via the IATF virtual platform online. Sellers can host virtual stands, enabling them to showcase products and services to buyers and investors across Africa. Virtual events can be used to maximize brand awareness. One-on-one video chat options to enhance company presentations and comprehensive reporting makes it easy to track every lead and interaction. The IATF virtual platform will bring key players together from the full range of sectors, providing unlimited scope to drive trade 365 days a year right across the continent. Virtual stands are available from just $750, offering an innovative and cost-effective way to market and sell products and services. To inquire about hosting an IATF virtual stand or event, send your inquiry today to customer service at intraafricantrade.com. IATF 2021 is brought to you by Afrexim Bank in collaboration with the African Union and the AFCFTA Secretariat, and hosted by the province of KwaZulu-Natal and the Republic of South Africa, with the support of our official event partners. At this momentous time in Africa's proud history, the inaugural year of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the dawn of the single market era for goods and services across 55 countries, the Intra-African Trade Fair IATF 2021 comes to Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa, from the 15th to the 21st of November 2021.
Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are still outside, please come in as we're about to begin the next session.
Okay, let's break out some more, I guess. Yeah.
Let's just give it another 2 minutes so everybody can sit down.
Yeah.
water? Yes? Okay. That's what we need. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I think we can continue with the program. This is the next session, the panel discussion. It's under the theme, Unlocking Regional and Global Value Chains Through the Implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Joining me for this discussion, let's welcome Mr. Andrew Masua, who's Head Client Relations, African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, as well as Mr. Salman Kaji, who's Head Invest SA One-Stop Shop, Western Cape. And in the middle, the rose amongst the thorns, Ms. Lara Utain Preston, who's Chief Executive Officer and founder of the Ladima Foundation. A very good morning to you all, and thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. I just want to reflect on some figures because I think we speak within a context that of COVID-19 was briefly touched on, but we haven't really spoken much about it because it's almost like we're working against the grain. So the projections rather are that not only will COVID-19 weaken structural weaknesses that are already there, the Economic Commission for Africa says about 300,000 and between 300,000 and 3.3 million people could lose not only their lives, but also livelihoods are at high risk. This includes 56% of urban dwellings, which obviously are overcrowded, and 71% of South Africa's or Africa's workforce is informally employed, as you know, and only 40% of children on the continent are able to have nourishment. So the figures are obviously very glaring and alarming, and we have to put in place urgent measures if we're saying that we are going to turn around the continent and we're going to facilitate the ease of doing business. Let me just give our panelists perhaps a minute each to talk to us about their role in this so that we can also focus the discussions and everybody knows what they're able to talk about and what their areas of expertise are. So let's start with you, Mr. Masua. Just tell us a little bit more about, in Afrexim Bank, your particular role, or what you've experienced we've been negotiating the African Continental Free Trade area for a while now, and we've climaxed, we're celebrating, but there are challenges ahead, as I mentioned.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be in the mother city of South Africa. I'm advised this is the first city in South Africa, and we are discussing quite an important subject today, which is the upcoming Intra-African Trade Fair holding in Durban during the month of November. And Afrexim Bank has partnered with the African Continental Free Trade Area with a view to make the trade fair a success. The trade fair itself is a deliverable of the AFCFTA. And with that in mind, we urge all participants and those that are online to make time to visit the IATF. And specifically on the opening remarks that Madam Project Director has mentioned regarding the scourge of the COVID-19 and what Afrexim Bank has been doing, the bank did launch a program that we call Patimfa during 2020 with a view to support our industries, our economies, which have been dislocated by the incidence of COVID-19. Secondly, we've also partnered with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa under a UNECA Afrexim Bank initiative, which is also meant to support with the production of and distribution as well of medicines, PPE, medical equipment that would help the continent to fight against COVID-19. But even more important is the aspect of immunization. And with that, the bank also has launched a $2 billion purse with a view to support its 51 member states with the importation of COVID-19 vaccines. This is under the ambit of the AVAT program, which has been rolled out under the leadership of President Cyril Ramaphosa, who is a COVID-19 champion for the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I hope you're all okay with being on first name basis, just for ease of conversation. So let's now come to you, Lara, Uteh, and Preston. If you can tell us a little bit more about the Ladima Foundation and how it comes into the mix of this greater plan and dream that we have for Africa.
So I'll start just by saying I'm here wearing a number of hats. So I'm also part of the team that's producing the Creative Africa Nexus program that will take place at IATF. So I'm speaking from a creative industries perspective, which I've been involved in for the last 25 years across the continent. So on the one side, I'm speaking to that. And then as the Ladima Foundation, Ladima is a Pan-African not-for-profit focused on supporting women in film. So we very are specific about our intentions in terms of supporting women and the challenges that affect women. And I think, as we all know, with any situation like COVID or any hardship, it disproportionately affects women. And sort of as one goes down, it disproportionately affects poor women, more, and African women. So any of the interventions that happen, whether they're at a policy level or at a more grassroots level, need to be very mindful of the issues and how these things affect women, and that without specific interventions aimed at women, those increased hardships are not going to be alleviated. So I think I'll be speaking specifically, like I say, from the creative industries perspective, which has also been almost completely decimated by COVID-19. Obviously, creatives are innovative, and there's been lots of amazing solutions that people have gone online with. But the lack of physical gatherings obviously has disproportionately affected certain industries, tourism, hospitality, and the creative space. And again, so even more so for women in that space. So that's the perspective that I'm coming from in terms of our understanding of moving forward to assist the creatives, and also, particularly creative women in unlocking these opportunities.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you so much for that, Laura. So let's talk now to Mr. Salman Kaji, who's head Invest SA, as we mentioned, Westgrow. So you can talk to us about the programs that you run for exports and investments here and in other African countries.
Sure, fantastic. And I thank you, the organizers, and of course, the audience for the opportunity of being here today. Just by way of introduction, Westgrow is a 40-year-old agency. Its core mandates are across tourism, trade, film, and investment promotion. For the purpose of this conversation, I think let's just maybe as a starter zone into the export, i.e. the trade component, and the investment side. On the investment side, just to bring it into context, we're responsible for inbound, foreign, and domestic direct investment into the Western Cape. In the last 5-year strategic cycle, we brought in about 11.5 billion rand worth of fixed capital investment into the province. So that shows you the maturity of our business model and our ability as a destination to attract investment into Africa. And on the export side, same period, the last 5-year strategic cycle, the export team were responsible for about almost 3,000 export transactions. Now, a lot of that obviously is intercontinental trade opportunities. And on that note, we also recently commercialized an outward foreign direct investment component specifically for Western Cape-based companies looking to enter or penetrate the rest of the continent. And there in 2019-20, we did about 7 transactions to the tune of 450 million rand. I think the important thing here is from our side is twofold. The one to your concept of how we've pivoted with regards to COVID-19. On the export side, we're still very active. In fact, the WESCO is the only sub-national trade and investment promotion agency to be profiled by the World Bank because of its ability to pivot from physical to virtual. The trade team, who some of my colleagues are here today, do hybrid missions. So they'll do the B2B component of an export mission virtually, but they'll send the physical product into market. So that's been an amazing innovation that we think has worked to stimulate export out of the region. And then, of course, is on the investment side, or not on the investment side, on the sector side, is pivoting towards again more digitized sectors. On that note, I think the call to action from our side is at a firm level. We see an opportunity for Cape-based businesses not to be kind of exclusive in the sense that they're just, we're looking at it from a Western Cape-based perspective. I think the opportunity here is to say how are we going to stimulate intercontinental growth collaboratively. And we are at your service when it comes to that topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So just a reminder that we are also streaming live on the IATF virtual portal. So to our viewers out there, if you have a question, please let us know. And to hear in the audience, we'd like to invite you to do that. But let's continue speaking with our panelists now. So Andrew, let's talk about, in terms of support for projects being promoted in South Africa and Africa, especially towards the export of capital goods and services. Is there a difference, and is it tailored differently given the different developmental agendas of member states? They may be common in a particular sense, but the demographics themselves are also different. So how is that applied? If you can just take us through some of the nuances.
So thank you for that. Just to explain further on the particular topic, yes, absolutely, we've tailor-made a program that we call South Africa Trade and Investment Promotion Program, which the bank formed in collaboration with the Export Credit Insurance Corporation of South Africa. And this particular program was launched in 2018 with a total package of $1 billion US. The components of the program were basically to provide finance to South African companies that would like to trade with the rest of Africa. Over and above that, the program would also provide its guarantees program with respect of various kinds of risks that may be perceived between doing business by South African entities and the rest of the continent. Among these guarantees exists the payment obligations of debtors that may be in the other African countries. There is also investment guarantee, which also tends to cover the investor, in this case South African, against sovereign risks in the country of investment that they are seeking to approach. There's also additional interventions that the bank has come up with since the launch of SATIP, which is the South Africa Trade Investment and Promotion Program. The bank has also launched a Pan-African payment and settlement system, which is expected to be a complete game changer. As we know, hard currencies are the denomination of trade, even among African countries. And what we are saying is that there is a way to go around this particular issue, as the hard currencies are not easy to come by. And that is through our PAPS tool that permits traders in 2 African countries to settle for trade that they have conducted in local currencies. By virtue of this, this also domesticates trade, and in the same vein, it formalizes informal intra-African trade that we estimate to be in the value of $50 billion. It also helps the continent to save costs associated with international payments that we also estimate to be in the region of $5 billion US dollars. So this is the PAPS platform, which the Afreximbank has also launched. But I need to say PAPS sits within a bouquet of other tools that we have put together into an Africa Trade Gateway that also include MANSA, which is an Afreximbank KYC due diligence repository. As you know, for trade to take place and for payments to flow between a buyer and a seller, KYC is quite an important subject in these days. And we are providing a repository which eases the KYC clearance for two counterparties to trade with each other and for their respective banks to also transmit payments. So that is our MANSA platform. Further to that, still within the Africa Trade Gateway is our trade information solutions under the Trade Information Portal, as well as Trade Regulations Portal, again with a view to make available information that is, as we know, is very difficult to obtain in the continent with regards to trade information that stimulates intra-African trade to occur. Over and above, and please do tell me, because there's quite a lot that we are we are also intervening with. The bank has also developed in a very significant way what we call an interstate guarantee, which is meant to collaborate trade among African countries by enabling the flow of cargo between countries without the delays that we normally see occurring on border posts. This guarantee would be provided to customs and taxes authorities at the respective border posts, such that cargo can move much more expeditiously. I could go on, Tsepiso, and please do let me know.
I'm about to jump in and ask this question. I mean, when you mentioned about risk aversion earlier on, and some of it can be borrowed from the history of the various regional blocks, the RECs. And if you speak about South Africa, for instance, we know that it would tools exists to mediate, for instance, between countries?
Very good question. Again, Afreximbank takes cognizance of potential short-term disruptions, especially as you mentioned, for South Africa, which is within the Southern African Customs Union. You could have a case of the SACU revenues that each one of the members may be depending on, falling within the short term. And a specific product was designed by Afreximbank, not just for the as the economic takes the AFCFTA adjustment facility, which we would be providing to our member states as well as economic actors within those countries to cushion the short-term dislocations that are seen as having medium and long-term benefits ultimately.
All right, I'll follow up on that at a later stage. Laura, just to pick up on that, while you are looking to promote cultural fair trade, you're also working on intellectual property frameworks. So tell us about what work you're doing in order to, I mean, I'm just thinking of cultural expropriation, for instance, especially when it comes to Africa. It's a big issue. How do you navigate that? And especially if we're talking about encouraging intra-African trade and putting at the forefront those in the diaspora in order to invest.
Yeah, I mean, I think the creative industries pose a particular challenge, and I think it's quite amazing that African Bank has identified them, because they're often sort of sidelined as a soft industry because it's not as necessarily quantifiable in terms of tons exported, et cetera. So I think one of the biggest challenges around the creative industries and in terms of IP is the lack of data that we have across the board in terms of the real numbers, whether it's financial impact of the sector, people working within the sector, all of those issues. In terms of IP, there's multiple challenges. And again, these also speak to the fact that we talk about the creative industries, but they're incredibly diverse within that. You have film, you have music, you have fashion, visual arts, literature. So the biggest, one of the levels of challenges, you have them at a national level in terms of rights, a lack of understanding even within the creative sector. If you speak to most musicians or any content creators, the idea of publishing rights, royalties, they have no idea. Within industries like the music industry, a lot of our infrastructures, even in a place like South Africa that has quite an advanced infrastructure with record labels, knowledge of rights of composers, of the different kinds of royalties is very lacking. So on the one side, within the creative sectors, you have a lack of understanding of what, as a content creator, your own rights are. Then you have, even in countries across the continent, national broadcasters who don't understand those rights and who have historically showed films without having rights. You have festivals that have showed films without having the rights. So you have these kind of abuses. And then you have a lack of intra-African country consistency around intellectual property. So there are a number of different organizations and there are different mechanisms that are in place, but not every country is operating within those same frameworks. So Kenya recently has been doing quite a lot in terms of new IP legislation. Actually at CanEx, we're going to be having a number of conversations around IP because of this importance. But first and foremost, education within the sector and to those operating periphery to the sector. And then you also have a global challenge with, like, for example, a lot of African fabrics now being manufactured very cheaply overseas and then imported back. And, the idea of what crosses a line from cultural appropriation into pure, IP abuse, copyright theft. And again, if the creator of, whether it's a clothing design, also doesn't understand their own rights, you've got the initial challenge. And then if there isn't the bodies to enforce those rights, you have a further challenge. So I think IP is becoming, more and more people are seeing it. And another issue that's also happened is, and this is kind of a sensitive issue, is there's a lot of development agencies or funds that have come into the continent to develop, and there's workshops that happen, and within that workshop, whether it's a film workshop or something else, IP is created. Who owns that IP? Do the creators? There was a lot of controversy in the last few years around this, coming out of Kenya also, with who owns that? Do the writers own it? Does the funding agency own it? Does the person who then produces the film own it? So IP is a hugely sensitive and important topic, and I think one of the key things that's hopefully organizations like Afrexim Bank and at the CanEx event is this idea of at least bringing different players together to start getting some education within the sector, see across countries, so that there are mechanisms to support creatives when they find their work being
So I'm curious about that, especially when you talk about education. The knowledge source in terms of the prism from which you see it. When you talk about IP, it also strays it to the legal fraternity, of which then there's a differences of interpretation and implementation. So how would you then fashion those educational classes or campaigns?
So, I mean, there are some basics that kind of, are consistent, like within music publishing, the difference between mechanical royalties and a composer has certain rights. So there are some things that are kind of more cut and dry. But I think that the problem with a lot of it has just been there hasn't been implementation. I mean, you still have, high-profile South African artists and filmmakers and creatives who've died penniless because they never were reimbursed for their intellectual property. So, I mean, I think there's multiple ways that it has to take place. And I think, I mean, this speaks to something else that I wanted to touch on perhaps later, is around the scalability of initiatives. And I think that's where the challenge lies, is how do you scale these kinds of educational initiatives in the creative sector, whether it's, teaching about film, whether it's teaching about IP. There's a lot of organizations, including my own, working in these spaces, but how does one scale it so that you get a critical mass of understanding of these issues? And I think that's where national governments and departments of arts and culture in particular need to play a very active role in terms of available resources, free available resources where people can learn. And I think those kind of repositories are essential. And letting people know that information is available, because it's the scalability of knowledge in the creative sectors that's a problem. Otherwise, you will always have this kind of elite class of creatives who know their rights and who are the ones sort of traveling the world, becoming the outliers who the big names we all hear about. But for the creative industries to be truly sustainable, you need a scalability of the skills development, and that's across IP and other areas.
All right, so Salman, I'd like you to take what we've just been talking about and implant that into your business. You spoke about the business model earlier on, and because you talk about export training and international mentorship programs that you have. Do you ever deal with some of these issues? How do you, navigate it with those whose interests you represent?
Sure. Well, I think the pleasure of speaking last is that you get to listen into very interesting topics and expert comments. So I was actually going to ask if I could be presumptuous and comment on what's being spoken about. I want to touch firstly, and just kind of interject if I'm going off track. But I just want to touch on your question. With regards to the regional play as opposed to South Africa in that region. And having been responsible for inbound foreign direct investment into the Western Cape for about 10 years, of course we get an intimate understanding as to what multinational corporations or what drives multinational investment into a destination like South Africa or its surrounds. At this point in time, I think it's very important to note two particular drivers. The first is some kind of government support. So because of the I think, and this is a global phenomena, the onerous bureaucratic processes that companies have to go through to commercialize is something that they want softened by governments. They don't want to flout the rules, but they certainly want to know that there's somebody on the other side that is there to hold their hand and walk that process. That's number one. But I think more importantly to this conversation is, again, we did a study in collaboration with the Financial Times FDI Markets. And one of the key drivers, again, is regional integration. Now, if you zoom out quickly and you look at the continent, I was reading a report just before this panel discussion saying that between from 2018 to 2035, Africa's demographic boom is going to be, there's going to be a 50% growth. Now, you look at that and you understand from a regional perspective, there's a massive opportunity for manufacturers producing FMCG goods, for infrastructure development. We also know that associated with that demographic boom is coming a digital boom. I think as Africans, we know that we don't like owning one cell phone or one device. We own multiple devices. And that kind of opens up an array of opportunities for companies to land opportunities, not only in South Africa, but again in that region. So I think that's kind of topic number one is kind of scoping it or looking at it in a very positive commercial sense. Is that regional integration, and let's say South Africa is playing a bigger role for argument's sake. I think there's an opportunity. I don't think it's a handicap. I think it's an opportunity for us again under the theme of intercontinental relations. So I think that's number one. With regards to the intellectual property, copyright and those kind of things, I think that as a continent we also need to celebrate the things that we do right. So on intellectual property protection, you look at the World Economic Forum's competitiveness index, and at least I know about 5 years ago, South Africa ranked number 2 in the world for intellectual property protection rights. A good example is a French company copied the name Rooibos, and they put it on shelves in a French retail chain. And we were very quickly able to protect our local producers, get that product pulled off the shelf, and they had to rename it. I mean, it's pretty much the same as champagne and sparkling wine. And I say we have to celebrate our wins again, because you look at Mauritius, for example. World Bank Ease of Doing Business indicator, they ranked number 10 in the world. That's no small feat. So those are my comments to what my colleagues have said. Yeah.
So I want you then to talk about what you then inculcate in your export advancement program, because it is in line with this.
Sure. I think it's a good question. The export advancement program has probably been running at Wesco for about 15 years. We take Cape-based companies through the most basic elements of understanding the export environment, right through to export finance. So, the type of company that we like dealing with there is a company that has saturated possibilities in the Western Cape and South Africa, and the next kind of leverage or lever for growth is exports, and they haven't done that before. So I think we run that program about twice a year, biannually. It's run at Wesco. The course is done by sector experts. We also have a program where we bring in ex-CEOs, sometimes from across the world, who are industry champions, to talk to our potential exporters in getting their businesses export ready, and then they obviously undergo that training program. So we're not, again, it's at a firm level. We're trying to create value for firms who can then unlock those opportunities, because ultimately economic development is driven at a company level.
Okay, so time now to turn the questions over to the audience, whether virtually or here. We've got a roving microphone. Any takers? I'm sure there are lots of questions. I can see it bubbling under. So, yes? Should I pick somebody? Please, if we could have, there we go.
My name is Sandy. I'm the Commissioner in the organization. My question would be to my brother, PAPS. Africa, very, very innovative.
Can you please just speak up a little bit first?
Oh, okay. I was asking about the PAPS, the payment system that Afrexim Bank has launched recently. My question is addressed to Andrew. I would like to find out, since it's been launched, can you quantify the success of PAPS? I know it's relatively new, but it's quite an innovative platform that Afreximbank has, put in place recently, technology to facilitate payment across Africa, especially when it comes to the different currency conversion. That's where a lot of buyers and sellers find, hard to trade.
Hi, from Andrew. Okay, Andrew, okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Papi. Yes, PAPS is definitely going to address a number of aspects, especially around quantification of trade, particularly because we have the economy, which is not measured. And so when you see payments coming through the platform, which ordinarily was not in the formal banking system, that in itself gives us one very critical outcome from the PAPS platform. The PAPS platform is currently in use. However, in a localized region, and the idea being to roll it out in the same fashion, but to the rest of the continent. Ultimately, we should be able, as a result of this platform, to also speak about the cost savings that I did mention of, as estimate amount of $5 billion with specificity of how much that saving is, as a matter of fact, as compared to payments that would be done through other payment systems, international payment systems. Further, it is meant to create additional trade because there is trade that perhaps at this point is hamstrung because of the absence of hard foreign currencies through which those payments are being made. So absolutely yes, we believe that we should in trade, intra-African trade to be specific.
So Andrew, just in line with that, because part of the objective of the free trade area is ultimately for us to trade in a single currency. And I'm just wondering what kind of enforcement regime is going to occur over the next couple of phases to make sure that it's obviously, we have different currencies of strength, that it is beneficial to all, and that there'll probably be arguments. I mean, you can see it with whether you trade in US dollars or even in your neighbor's currency, where some countries would reject that. So how are we working towards streamlining it and making it appetizing for?
Thank you. So the idea is basically to make payments much faster, reduce the costs involved. And as you may know, Africa has about 42 different currencies. And this permits for Africa not to rely on a handful of currencies, as we know, and I've alluded to earlier. Each of those 42 currencies would be good enough for a buyer, let's say, sitting in Angola, to be making a payment in their local currency in Kwanza, for a seller who is sitting here in South Africa. In order to make this possible, the clearing system becomes critical, and the bank has had conversations and have had support from the central banks in respective countries. I, however, do not believe it is a tool that you could enforce or make mandatory. But the utility with which the tool itself provides to African countries is certain to get the business communities to find value. I did mention of cost savings earlier. I also did mention of the difficulty of finding hard currency. A lot of our African countries today find it hard to have international reserves. So we are saying you don't have to in order to do trade. You can actually conduct trade with the resources that are there.
If there aren't any questions, okay.
Hello, this is for Lara. On the discussion around creative industries and the lack of data in that area, it's because partially trade and services are not being measured. There's no HS code for trade. And yet our governments collect that data and all digital transactions going over the border, which are highly regulated. And I just wonder if there is a plan to discuss how can we get that data from the data holders. It can be stripped of who's getting how much, but we need to know how big our industries are. Thank you.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure at what levels there's plans to gather that data, but I would agree with you that it's absolutely essential, and it's on a number of levels. It's obviously around the value of transactions for whether it's music, streaming services, whether it's artworks purchased, film transactions, all of that. The idea also, I think, around, especially looking at it from a gender perspective as well, without hard data on certain things to understand whether it's equal pay within the sector, where women are represented and aren't represented, a lot of it is anecdotal. And I think within the creative space, that's what that led to some of the challenges, even around things like financing, why banks and commercial institutions don't necessarily understand or want to finance in the creative sector, because the information is anecdotal. You don't have this data to back it up. And and I know that I've had many conversations with the colleagues at the bank around it comes down to that, and then affects even issues of collateral for loans. How do you collateralize intellectual property? How do you collateralize an audience when you don't have the data to actually measure it? So, I don't know, and if anyone else in the room does know what plans are afoot to do that, that would be wonderful. I just, speaking from within the sector, know that there is a dire need for it, not just in South Africa, but across the continent. So from within countries as well as cross-border. Of what the value of the creative sectors really is. There are these estimates, and like I said, there's a lot of anecdotal information, but the hard data is lacking.
I'd imagine that you'd also require a lot of transparency. It would probably be easier continentally, but with international entities, it would be...
Well, this touches on other issues as well. For instance, you have huge streaming platforms as well that don't share any of their information in terms of how many views a show gets or that kind of thing. And I think again it also goes to the fact that within a continental perspective, a lot of the revenue is leaving the continent. So no offense to Netflix and Hulu and HBO, but these are the big players that everyone looks at. Oh, I want to get my show on Netflix, etc. But ultimately, the big money then is leaving the continent and going into places where we can't track that data because they won't make the information available. So, these things are all intertwined in terms of the intellectual property, the data, then the ability to access finance, all impact on this. So, I'm a huge advocate of research within the creative spaces, and I think more and more people are starting to realize that there has to be this kind of quantitative data that is researched on the creative industries, because the value is immense. And speaking to your thing about the population growth, Africa's population is young, and the youth culture and the digital space in terms of again YouTube, same thing. How do we know how much African content creators on YouTube are making? We don't.
So take that and translate into the arts education at school curriculum level. And you spoke about some of our artifacts, for instance. We know that a lot of African wealth is stuck in colonial countries, some of which, as you say, we don't know about. So how do we raise awareness through those education programs, and at what level? How would we fashion that?
Well, I think, I mean, it starts at, at a school level, and, unfortunately, I think things like COVID make it worse, is this idea that the arts are a luxury, and arts education is a luxury, and the creative spaces are not a necessity. However, I mean, what got us all through COVID, right, was the streaming concerts and music and watching films. What would we have done without the creative industries during COVID? But, the first thing that gets cut in education budgets are these things. Even in a more developed country like South Africa, how many school kids are actually being exposed to the arts as a viable career choice? The business of the creative industries also. I mean, even at film schools, are we teaching a cinematographer also how to run their own cinematography business? Are we creating cinematographers, or are we creating potential entrepreneurs? But I think, again, because of the lack of data, the creative industries are continually seen as this soft, kind of fuzzy, nice to have, and not seen as key service, as key economic drivers. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Kofi, I know you had a question. If we could get the microphone here, please. And I think we have 2 more questions in the back.
Thank you. It's the Westgrow question. I'm not from the Western Cape, but I know that you've done incredible work here at Westgrow to attract investment and develop trade. Are the Westgrows of Africa talking to each other? Is there an opportunity to I know it almost sounds like a competitive space, but it's not really. We're here to develop Africa and be part of Africa.
So, yeah, I think the first word that comes to mind is that this is not a competitive landscape. We believe in co-opetition. So yes, to answer your question, I think this event is a good example of investment promotion agencies collaborating. You've got Trade Invest KwaZulu-Natal, who are probably the main drivers from a governmental perspective in the South African landscape. And for us, it's absolutely a pleasure to see how we can drive South African growth together as 2 investment promotion agencies. Then more broadly on the continent, our play in the outward foreign direct investment space has certainly enhanced the relationships with IPAs on the continent, because much like Westgrow, you have investment agencies in the rest of the continent wanting to solicit investment. So here we are saying we'll bring investment to you. So from that perspective, absolutely. We also do share information. So a good example is in 2019 October, I went to Mauritius to actually go and learn from them how they accelerated their ease of doing business so that we could implement best practice here. So those are just a few comments on that. Thank you.
So there are 2 questions at the back. Okay. Come.
Hi there, Elias Iberu from the Winners Institute, which is a professional training capacity building space in the media industry. We run 7 different professional training programs for African creators. And I wanted to just make a comment on Lara's statement that the creative industry is not just entertainment, but I think it can play a huge role in this change and in this bravery that we are asking from other industries. It's a very powerful tool to build nationalism, and I think government should never underestimate that. So if we want to have a better understanding of what Africa is, more positive images of the continent and its people, it's really important to subsidize the creation of storytelling. Tied to that, I would like to understand from the bank as well as the Western Cape if there is interest in supporting training facilities and the quality of this money, if it's a recoupable investment or if it would be in the shape of subsidies. Thank you.
Andrew, can we get a response? And then we'll come to you somewhat before we come to your question. So is that okay?
Yes, the quick answer is yes. One of the verticals during the IATF 2021 is actually Creative Africa Nexus, which is meant to showcase what is happening within the creative space and the continent with a view to get individuals to also get to realize that this is a viable industry. I mean, one of the points that Lara mentioned was the cut in budgets in schools when the need comes is done first on the creative subjects. So we are taking the narrative to all the visitors during the trade fair to know that this is indeed a viable industry. It's also an industry that is bankable. Because of that, we have even created a program to finance the film industry. We are also in support and financing other creatives in fashion. So the idea is to identify pockets that we can also not only finance, but create visibility around through the platforms such as the IATF 2021.
A little bit more about the export marketing skills that you'll also be providing, capacity building for the sector.
Absolutely. So we are also providing advisory services such that the various economic actors in the creative industry have got best practice in terms of financial management. They're able to create a creative industry strategy that is unique to the specific line that they're working, without which it's very difficult for the industry then to be attracting international capital in order for the industry itself to have the audience and the visibility across the continent if there's not a very clear and well planned out strategy. So we think that there's quite a lot that has to happen, but the bank together, and I'm glad we've got Lara and a foundation who are making baby steps towards creating that visibility, giving the advisory services, and also providing the funding.
If I can just jump in from a CanEx perspective, wearing my other hat, so I could give CanEx a bit of a boost in terms of CanEx, what the work we're doing and what we'll be doing at IATF. So CanEx as a bank initiative is an ongoing initiative outside of just what will be happening at IATF. It's an ongoing initiative, and Tem was here from the bank, who's one of the key people behind it. It's an ongoing initiative. I mean, even in the build-up, we've been working on this event, and in lack of the actual physical event happening last year, we've done a lot of online digital sessions and digital webinars across all the different sectors. And we've been working, and we've developed a concept, the CanEx Factory. So we did these online songwriting masterclasses. We've done 10. We've had songs created where it was online writing sessions where each songwriter has now publishing in these songs that we're trying to commercialize. It was also sort of a quick masterclass in IP and copyright. We've got some initiatives that'll roll out at CanEx around the CanEx Factory, and I know that Afrexim Bank will be continuing to roll out these online sessions and a lot of digital education as well, in addition to supporting any other skills and mentorship programs. So CanEx is as a bank initiative, is going to have long legs after what we do at IATF as well.
Okay. Simon, you wanted to?
Yeah, so just to answer your question, training and education has been coming up on our radar a little bit more from an investment perspective. So if the question is, will we as an agency look at that? Absolutely. We will look at that vertical. And of course, at a company level, we'll want to make sure that there's a bankable investment opportunity that we can assist facilitating. Second to that is you look at some of the special economic zones in the Western Cape. I think a good example is the Saldanha Bay Industrial Development Zone. One of the key levers is skills and we could potentially assist you, put you in contact with some of the sector bodies in the Western Cape who also have an inclination towards training and education. So I'm happy to speak about that more intimately with you after this discussion. Thank you.
So we're going to take the final round of questions. Sir, I think you were next. Is there anybody else over here? Tanya? Sorry. Please, this gentleman here.
Thank you. Yeah, my name's David Max Brown. I'm a filmmaker, but for the last few years I've been working at the AFTA Film School here in Cape Town. So I've been head of school, and I'm now working with postgraduate students to make, to steer them through their projects. So I'm going to be working with the master's students in Johannesburg and Cape Town. And the development of feature films and pilots for drama series as well. But I think also, having been doing the research, what I found so interesting is looking at, when you talk about Netflix, for example, and people, what I've found so interesting about what Netflix has been doing is that they're looking for that kind of localized approach. So they're looking, what's working in Africa is going to work for the rest of the world. And it just seems so obvious, but nobody's really been grabbing that, investing in that, and actually making it work. And that's why I thought that CanEx is just so exciting, because when I saw that it was happening and Lara introduced me to it, I was like, wow, finally, we have a possibility for this kind of thing to become much, much stronger. And these funds through the bank that can actually make these kinds of ideas actually happen, And it brings me to this two other ideas just quickly. It's interesting that we have the automotive industry here, because one of the reasons that the South Korean industry took off like it did was because they were like, if Steven Spielberg can make a film that has as much revenue as Hyundai cars, what is going on? Right? One, they need to develop their car industry, but two, they want a film industry. And look what they've done. And one of the ways they did that was to say that, hang on a minute, why are we a service industry as a film industry? How crazy is that? Why aren't we also a manufacturing industry? And in the 90s, the government actually sort of classified the film industry as a manufacturing sector, which meant that private finance could invest. So you had these massive investments all of a sudden that allowed that kind of investment. But not only were they investing in film, so you had like food companies, like, CJ Foods becoming CJ Entertainment. And they're the people behind Parasite, the film that won the Oscar, right? But not only that, not only did they invest in production of films that had a very sort of a South Korean sensibility, which we could also be doing in terms of an African view. But also what they did was build cinemas. It seems so obvious. And this is what's also happening in Nigeria. Again, Nigeria leading the way, like they've done for years. They've doubled the number of cinemas in Lagos in the last couple of years through government intervention and tax incentives and so on. But in most countries in Africa, and even in South Africa, which should be leading the way, we have 70 cinemas. So now it's like building a car, and you put, particularly if you're a black filmmaker, it's like building a car, you put it on the street, and there isn't one. There's no street, there's no cinema to show your film in, because most of the people are living in the white, most of the cinemas are in the previously white affluent areas. They're not in the areas where most of the people are living. Do you see what I mean? So you make something, you can't show it. So, look at South Korea. In 1990, this is the last thing I'm going to say, but 1990, if they had 150, a couple of hundred cinemas, and now they've got 3,500. So that's what builds a cinema industry. You can't just make films, you've got to have places to show them. And people say, well then, who goes to cinema anymore? But what I'm saying to you is, I think we need those social spaces, we need the big screen cinemas. Cinema leads to streaming. The streamers are going to buy the cinemas and build the cinemas if other people don't. And it's that link in terms of education, I think, about teaching people to make films, to be entrepreneurs, but not just to be entrepreneurs in the beginning of the film value chain, but right the way through it. I want to see filmmakers owning cinemas, because the only people really making money at the moment are the exhibitors, like Netflix, who used to post DVDs into our letterboxes, you know, and now, you know, so we need people in Africa need to own exhibition,
well,
basically.
I think someone earlier today mentioned, you know, that especially South Africa needs to not export raw gold and raw diamonds and then re-import the luxury goods at premium. It's the same with our cultural industries as far as I'm concerned. We're exporting the raw talent and it's being sold back to us by Netflix, by Amazon at a premium. And it's the exact same thing. So, yeah.
One of the delegates yesterday spoke about the need to reimagine the future of work. And if we're talking about a cultural revolution, we certainly have to make it accessible to consumers to do that. Okay, sorry. There's a gentleman here. Are there two hands there at the back? I'm sorry, the light's in my eyes, so I can't really see. Okay, so there's somebody there at the back, yes? And then I think there are two more in this next row. Okay, so those will be the final questions. You can go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Temo Gondo. I work for Afrexim Bank, African Export-Import Bank. I've realized that there's a lot of interest around the Creative African Nexus. I'll be willing to have those conversations on that program. It's a program that I lead in the bank. But just as a way of context, we realize that there are a number of gaps in the creative sector, creative and cultural sector of the continent as an ecosystem. So there's a policy gap, there's a financial gap, there's a technology gap, there's a skills gap, investment gap, and so on and so forth. So our strategy is really built around dealing with those gaps. So we're looking at, as my colleague mentioned, providing financing, for example, looking at credit, looking at equity, even taking an innovative approach towards things like cooperatives financing, because we realize that most of the creatives are domestic. In some cases, they're informal. So you need to really be creative, even in the way you approach your financing. And then we're looking at capacity building, working with incubators, working with various training institutions, so that we can upskill the talent. And then looking at, for example, also investment and export development. The IATF being one of those platforms. You know, the creatives sometimes are in a bubble. They are not close to the instruments of monetization. So you have the private capital that is not currently looking at the creatives as an asset class that can attract their investment. So what we want to do at the IATF, and why we have brought the Creative African Nexus at the IATF, is because we know there are going to be all these CEOs, manufacturers, and captains of industry, and so on. We want to bring the creatives there so that they can interface with potential market opportunities. So Lara was talking about creative factory. We want to show how the music, for example, is developed, produced, sampled, and so on, up to its publishing, so that someone who might be a CEO of some other company that is not even in the creatives, but if they have that appreciation and begin to look at this as an asset class, it can begin to attract that private capital. So that's what we want to try and do through the IATF. I'm available after the meeting to have further conversations, but hopefully we'll have a very big representation from the creatives in South Africa. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. And we are definitely encouraging that, some networking during, after lunch. I think there's scope for that.
Oh, hi, thank you. My name is Nonelela. I'm part of Westgrow's investment promotion unit. And my portfolio is real estate and infrastructure. My question is around, based on our historical reference in terms of South Africa and a lot of companies not being able to scale because of lack of market access, and Africa being the next obvious choice. What is the bank doing to support local companies? They may not specifically be Western Cape based, but I present those. So I'm interested in understanding what those opportunities look like and how you would support those kind of businesses that are looking to access markets and grow. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we've got a final question. Hello? Hi. We've got a final question here. Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you so much. My name is Oscar from a company called Billion House Consulting. We actually focus on training and also capacity building. The one area I actually want us to kind of look into while we have conversations like this is the issue of funding. And I know you can talk about entrepreneurship, you can talk about growing any sector, whether manufacturing or whichever industry, without really looking at assessing funding. And when we talk about funding, this is not just about funding to companies that are different companies at their different levels, but let's go down to the grassroots, the local, the ones that are actually looking for how to start. Now, my friend and I teamed up last year to start a company we call, not a company, but an online training platform we call School of Entrepreneurship. And that's purely targeting at young people who probably want to take a break before maybe furthering their education. And the one thing we've kind of come to realize is you find young people with so much talent. In fact, sometimes you engage them, you're asking them, are you from the moon? Well, how do you think so creatively? But because our program is more of mentorship, coaching, and helping them to really form that idea, we at some point get stuck. Funding is key. And sometimes you speak at the top and then you say funding is available. Excuse me. Funding is available, but the people at the grassroots, for me, that I feel will really make significant impact in any economy, do not really have what it takes to assess it. Yes, it could be there, but may not have all the criteria, may not have all the things. So I would like to know how you are also looking at this, because when we say we're trying to make business easy and all of encouraging the entrepreneur to both creative and whichever industry, what is the plans around funding and especially people that truly needs it at the grassroots? Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. I think it's a very important question, and I think it can be answered by all three of you, that a lot of these things, we speak about them at a high level, and the people that really need it don't have the wherewithal to understand it. So we're just going to take then closing remarks. If I could just ask you all to incorporate that into your closing remarks. 3 minutes, is that fair enough? Andrew, I see you're thinking maybe 4. We'll start with you, Andrew.
Okay. No, thank you so much. I'll start with the comments from my sister from Westgrow. So the issue of access to markets is an issue that we are alive to, and it has resulted in what I mentioned earlier as trade intelligence solutions, which is one of the platforms under our Africa Trade platform. And under the trade intelligence solutions, we basically would carry out a study which could be standardized, and therefore we will be disseminating standardized information into the market. Or we can have a specific company that can also commission for the bank to carry out a specific study with regards to the existence of a market and whether that market is sufficient or otherwise. But I need to also just touch on the fact that apart from carrying out these studies, through the specialized information and expertise that we have. We also provide matchmaking. So to the extent that we are familiar with demand for beef, let's say in Egypt, and we already know that there is quite a prolific beef industry in Botswana and Namibia. We also do occasion matchmaking between a supplier and a buyer. So this is part and parcel of addressing the aspects that you have mentioned. Going to the gentleman who mentioned that there are different levels of business and how do they all get to benefit from the support that banks provide. Without a doubt, the issue of the small business and how they've met with such difficulty is an issue of concern. And as a bank, we have been developing an SME program that we expect to be launched in the early parts of 2022. In the meantime, we are intervening for the actors within the small to medium scale through lines of credit that we provide to local financial institutions, and with the expectation that the local financial institutions would further break the funding into sizable amounts that could meet with the requirements of the small and medium entities. But that's just on the scale. One of the issues, again, we have identified is a lot of businesses do even require to achieve economies of scope. And for that, we say that there is need to plug the gap, and we provide our project preparation funding, which further takes ideas to a bankable stage in order to clearly discern the scope that would attract the investments. So those are what I would say available interventions, and specifically the SME program, which is going to be coming online during the course of next year. In terms of closing remarks, I guess what we have heard right from the opening remarks that were made by Ms. Doherty, and also borrowing from Dave, there is quite an agency for Africa to support itself through adopting the promulgations that are coming out of the AFCFTA Secretariat in terms of enabling trade for countries to cooperate. And at an individual level and at corporate levels, we are also saying that there are platforms for B2B that would come out of the IATF. There are also platforms through the vertical of business to government, which allows the actors to be engaging with their governments in order to present real issues that are affecting real players within the economies. And over and above that, we are also saying that the bank stands ready to provide funding in order to complete the loop. So we encourage everyone to make time in order to take part in the IATF2021 or making time through the virtual platform. There is IATF Virtual for those that may not be able to make a physical attendance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Lara?
Yeah, I think I'd like to take this from just two approaches. One, touching on the point about the grassroots, the small individuals, and looking at that, I'd like to look at that from a a feminist perspective, in the sense of the work that I've been doing with my colleagues at the Ladima Foundation, is the thing we found across Africa, especially around women, is you often don't know what you don't know. You don't even know what resources are there. You wouldn't even know where to start to look. And I think that's part of what you were saying. And a lot of the interventions we've done, we've created an online database and a community that shares that information. Because there's a lot of gatekeeping in a lot of these spaces, at financial institutions, at cultural institutions. There's a sense of inside, outside, and a lot of people feel very much on the outside. So this idea of not knowing even where to start is something we're specifically working on with women in film through a digital platform, and we've got over 2,000 women on the platform across over 40 countries. So, and similarly, we offer training courses across 7 disciplines, and those are all free, they're online, and we've just finished 7 courses this year, online training, and we're going to continue rolling those out. So, on the one hand, you have to be doing those kind of grassroots kind of initiatives and reaching out one by one, which is like the work that we're doing with Ladima, where you're reaching individuals, you're trying at that. But I mentioned before the importance of scalability as well. So I think what's important is the understanding that there are many initiatives like that. There's a lot of organizations like this. This gentleman started his entrepreneurship and training one. But the idea is to try and reach that critical mass where we get scalability so that the skills levels are, and the education is brought up at mass, at critical mass, especially within the creative sectors. So the ideas around all the initiatives that Afrexim Bank is doing are so integral to that. And so it's like we have to operate on these multiple levels all the time. We have to be operating on a grassroots level, understanding the needs of the smaller businesses, especially from my perspective for women, and especially in the creative sector. And at the same time, we need to be engaging with governments and development institutions and banks like Afrexim Bank to get to scale. And just lastly, as a program director for the CanX program, we're really excited about the program we've put together in Durban. We've tried to really be representative of the industries of the continent, the gendered equity balance in mind as well, which is really important. And I really do hope that everyone here can help spread the word from a creative industries point of view to be there in Durban at the end of the year.
Okay, Salman, your final word.
Fantastic. Yeah, I think just firstly start off with just answering it's Oscar's question. To say, I think I share the frustration. I think in the South African context, at least, that startup space, I think has many gaps in it. However, I don't think it's just a financial conversation. I think it's a mentorship conversation that needs to be held as well. So whilst Wesgro doesn't deal in that space, we do have partners that are better suited to assisting small business and incubate small businesses so that they can get the attention they deserve. And I'm happy for the team and I to discuss it with you either afterwards or during the course of the week. We can get in touch. So happy to do that. On the closing remarks, I feel maybe I've done an injustice by not speaking about the topic of the panel discussion, at least, which is global value chains. We certainly are seeing an increased trend or an uptick when it comes to global value chain investment. 2 quick examples is the fact that Burger King has moved the manufacturing of their beef patties to Cape Town. What that means is that they now export all beef patties into the rest of the continent and the Middle East from South Africa, as opposed to that historically being exported from Australia. So you can see emergence of value chain in the destination from that perspective. And then lastly, we've just had a company do a second investment into non-woven textiles. That company is called Pegas, or PF Non-Wovens. PF Non-Wovens has done the second investment based again on their 2 buyers, Kimberly-Clark, Procter & Gamble, having a major presence in South Africa and on the continent, and saying, if you want to continue supplying us, you need to invest in the value chain. So that takes me onto a third point, which I know we've spoken about before, but I really do want to emphasize, is the fact that we as a continent need to capture more of the value chain in the industries within which we play. I'll go back to rooibos, right? We export the raw product, it goes to Germany, it gets beneficiated, and then it gets sent to Russia. to either get beneficiated for nutraceuticals, for pharmaceuticals, or functional beverages. Why aren't we doing those kind of beneficiation exercises right here so that we can take care of the skills development and we can move from an industrial economic scenario into one where we're going into the services and the tertiary economic activities, which is a lot more, creates a lot more value. So that's concept number 2 is I think, how do we capture more of the value chain per the sectors we are dealing with. Thirdly is just to say that I think this exercise and this platform is a good example of intergovernmental collaboration. You know, you've got co-opetition again is a word that I want to use. You've got Trade Investment KwaZulu-Natal and Wesgro in the same room saying, you know, let's not promote regional investment. Let's look at this from a national perspective. Let's look at how we're going to bat as Team South Africa. But the challenge that I'd like to set ourselves is, how do we take it to the next step? How do we say this is no longer just for South Africa, but intercontinental? We've got the resources, we've got the skills, we've got the growth trajectory and expectation. How do we manage our economic resources and infrastructure to capitalize off of that robust growth? And then lastly is just to say thank you to everybody here, but more importantly to the Cape-based companies that are in the room and watching this virtually, is I think to support the event in November in Durban. I think that, you know, if we support these kind of initiatives, there's bilateral economic value to be unlocked. And as opposed to it being a win-win situation, I think it will be a win-more situation. And on that note, again, I thank you for the opportunity of being here today.
No, thank you very much to all of you. I really think they deserve a warm round of applause. It's been a very interesting and fruitful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Andrew Masua from African Bank and Ms. Lara Utain Preston, Chief Executive Officer and founder of the Ladima Foundation. And thanks as well to Mr. Salman Kaji, Head Invest SA, one-stop shop here in the Western Cape. Please, another round of applause. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to take a quick break for a set change, and then we're going to have the closing remarks. Judging by the week, of course, I'm suspecting you're a little hungry, so we're going to feed you as well. How's that? And hopefully you're going to take the time to network. So just in 5 minutes, please. Hello, everybody. I think our 5 minutes is up. If we could please just come back into the room so that we can close off the program. It'll just be a few minutes. Okay, so I think we can go ahead with the very last part of the program. Let me invite up onto the stage Mr. Papi Lazula, who is going to give us a mini presentation on the Intra-Africa Trade Fair 2021, a call to action. I don't think you need much convincing after the discussions that we've had and you know, some of the videos that we've shown you about how exciting it's going to be. Let me please call him up onto the stage, Papi. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Tepiso. I think you said it all. It's really difficult for me to do a presentation on IATF after all my previous colleagues that actually, they've done my job. Actually, they did present IATF very, very well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just touch up on few points because most of the things have been said through our panelists as well, my colleague from Afrexim Bank that did the opening remarks. So pretty much everything has been covered. Our colleagues from KwaZulu-Natal investment team spoke about IATF 2021, how amazing and how good the event will be for cross-border trade in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I'm very pleased to be here. My name is Papi Luzala, like the moderator said, Tepiso. I am the commercial manager for Africa, for Read Exhibition. We are the company that has been chosen by our colleagues from Afrexim Bank to organize the second edition of the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. It's quite an honor for us, and a good opportunity for us as well at the same time, working with multiple stakeholders, not only across the continent, but also in other parts of the world. Before I go further with my presentation, I would like just to give a broad overview how IATF has come about as a trade exhibition. Again, we are working with a very forward-thinking bank, that is Afrexim Bank. They've demonstrated that, especially during the panel discussion, in the creative industry, the major role that the bank is playing in the creative industry. This is unique. This is unprecedented in the history of creative industry. And one of our colleagues in the room also did mention that the work that the bank is doing in terms of promoting the creative industry in Africa, it's unprecedented. It was never done before. So it's really a forward-thinking bank that we're working with. And they are the champion behind the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, IATF, as we all call it. The idea that came out about the IATF, the Intra-Africa Trade Fair by Afrexim Bank, it was as a result of a study that the bank has done. And some of the information that I'll be giving are repetitive because some of my colleagues that came before me, they did mention that. But it's just important for us to emphasize some of the messaging about Intra-Africa Trade Fair because it's quite a key event on the African continent that we all want you to be part of and take part in it and seize the opportunity that the trade fair represents. So it came about as a study, I was saying, that our colleague from Afrexim Bank has done a couple of years ago in terms of measuring the level of the intra-Africa trade, meaning that the trade within Africa, cross-border trade, how countries in Africa trade with one another. As a result of that study, Afrexim Bank came to the conclusion that the trade within Africa stands at about 16%. I know my colleagues before me did mention that. So as a forward-thinking bank, they've decided to take few initiatives to tackle the problem because the trade within Africa standing at 16%, that's hampering a lot of
or economic opportunities for Africans. For instance, other regional blocs like the European Union, when you look at cross-border trade within the European Union, it stands at about 70% somewhere there. And other regional blocs in North America and so forth, even in Asia, they are over 50%. So for Africa to be at 16%, of course, it's a problem. So, of course, Afreximbank is a financial institution, is a trade finance bank. They came up with a lot of initiatives, and a lot of them, of course, speaks to what the core business is, finance, to tackle the problem. And as I can imagine, if the trade within Africa rises from 16% to, let's say, within 10 years, we are, let's say, for argument's sake, we are at about 30%. The economic ramification in terms of alleviating some of the socio-economic problems that we have on the continent, like youth unemployment and so forth, it will be huge. So one of the initiatives that Afreximbank initiated is the launch of IATF, the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. The inaugural event took place in Cairo, in Egypt in 2018. I was privileged to attend that, although our company, Red Exhibition, was not the main organizing company for the fair. But I was privileged to be there, and I saw the amount of businesses that took place there. It was amazing. So the idea behind IATF is pretty much that we really need to scale up the level of trade in Africa and make sure that African countries start trading with one another. African buyers and sellers of products and services start trading with one another. I'm so passionate about this project that I'm actually doing my master's degree now at VET Business School, and this is part of my master's thesis. So I strongly believe that, as I say, the ramification when it comes to cross-border trade in Africa, if it increases, a lot of the youth that are unemployed today will find jobs, and they will create a lot of economic opportunities. Again, I'm going to just go quickly with my presentation, and a lot of the stuff, as I said, my colleagues have said. IATF will take place in Durban, a beautiful city. I remember one day I took my little one, he's 4 years old now, I took him to Durban for his 3rd birthday, and we went to Shaka Marine World. He was standing watching the fish as one of the most beautiful things he has seen in his life. So IATF will take place in Durban, the beautiful city of Durban, a key tourist attraction as well in South Africa in many ways. It will take place from the 15th to the 21st of November. And yeah, Africa is talking business, and we'd like you to be part of it. The theme for this year, IATF 2021, is building bridges for a successful AFCFTA. And IATF is the key event boosting trade in Africa. No other event brings together more professionals under one roof. In 2021, IATF team will be focusing on the newly launched African Continental Free Trade Area, the AFCFTA, a single market for goods aimed at boosting trade and investment in Africa. There's a lot of objectives that we'd like to achieve. Some of them even came up with some of the discussion that we're having today. But I'm just going to highlight these 5 for the purpose of this presentation that we'd like to achieve during IATF 2021 this coming November. One of them is to bring together continental and global players to explore business and investment opportunities in Africa, to serve as a marketplace where buyers and sellers meet and explore business opportunities, to provide a platform for B2B, that is business to business, and B2G, business to government exchanges and development of business opportunities. The share trade investment, to share trade and investment and market information, and to identify solutions to address the challenges affecting intra-Africa trade. Some of the challenges, I did mention them in my introduction. And lastly, as the champion of this project, it will be an opportunity for our colleagues from Afrexim Bank to share some of the information the bank has, some of the initiatives, some of the product the bank has in terms of facilitating trade, because they are a trade finance bank on the continent. And one of them was the project that my colleague Andrew mentioned about PAPS, which is a payment system that the Afrexim Bank has put in place to allow buyers and sellers in Africa to be actually pay one another using the local currency instead of changing it into US dollar or other international currencies. As I've mentioned earlier, IATF first edition took place in Cairo, in Egypt in 2018. And these are some of the statistics that came about as a result of IATF 2018. It was a successful and a big event, one of the biggest events that took place in 2018 on the continent. In terms of trade and investment deals, we had over 30 billion US dollar in trade and investment deals. We have over 2,500 conference participants, and over 45 countries were present, and we had over 1,000 exhibitors at IATF 2018 in Cairo, in Egypt. Of course, when you did something good, you always want to do better next time. And I hope, and we're all working hard, day and night. I was telling one of my colleagues that I started promoting IATF in 2019. I was in Niger when we launched it officially at the AU Summit. There was an AU Extraordinary Summit that took place in Niamey, Niger. I was there, and I launched officially IATF there with a lot of heads of state and government that were present. 3 years down the line, we're still working on IATF. So we're working hard. We want to make this edition a success. And therefore, we are expecting to have about 40 billion US dollar in trade and investment deals, and over 5,000 conference participants, and over 10,000 attendees, over 55 countries. When we say 55 plus, as you all know, Africa is not an island. We have great partners that we work with across the world, such as Russia, China, even the European Union and the US. So IATF, although it's a very Africa-focused as an event, it's also an opportunity for Africa to work with some of its key partners that are scattered all over the world. As I've mentioned, we're going to have a strong delegation from Russia that will be present. So 55, obviously 55 African countries, but 55 plus means that across the world to come and join us at this important event. So we're looking about having over 1,100 exhibitors at IATF 2021. It will take place over 7 days. We're calling them 7 unforgettable days. There will be a lot of components, a lot of verticals that will make up IATF 2021. As I said, it will run non-stop for 7 days with expert sessions, speakers, live performance, and parallel list of exhibitors, special cultural highlights. And that will be at play during IATF 2021. It's going to be made of an exhibition. We was talking about exhibition. There will be a trade and investment forum. It's an important forum that will take place during IATF. There will be country days. There will be IATF Youth Startup Program, IATF Virtual, which is already operational. I'll speak about that briefly shortly. As I've mentioned, business to business, B2G, business to government exchange, the Creative Africa Nexus. I think we've covered that quite widely during our conversation earlier today, especially during our panelists. Lara, you've done a very good job on that. And of course, I'm happy to have our colleagues from AAA, Association of Automotive Industry in Africa, because IATF is paying special attention, will be paying special attention to the automotive industry in Africa, which is one of the key economic sectors that Afrexim Bank has also chosen to showcase, chose to showcase at IATF 2021. one of the verticals that I've mentioned, there will be a trade exhibition, and during the exhibition, there will be speed networking session. Again, there will be B2B and B2G exhibition, pre-scheduled appointment. So with the pre-scheduled appointment is very important. So what's going to happen is that all the exhibitors that will be taking part in IATF 2021 will be given a platform where they can actually pre-schedule some of the appointments that they would like to have during IATF 2021. So when they walk into IATF in Durban in November, they will have a diary of appointments that they've already pre-scheduled with some of the key stakeholders that will be present at IATF 2021. There will be an online and on-site business matching. It's part of the pre-scheduled appointment that I'm talking about. And most importantly, there will be also a hosted buyer program. A hosted buyer program is a very important program for the exhibition world. I work a lot in the exhibition setting with our company, Read Exhibition. We realize that when we do an exhibition, the cost for exhibitors to come participate and take part in an exhibition are very high. Not only the cost they pay for having a stand, but also the travel cost, the accommodation cost, and other related costs that really make participating in an exhibition quite high. And with the hosted buyer program, it's actually a sponsored program where we bring in, we bring in is like the term say, hosted buyers. So meaning these are key individuals that we are working with, and then we would invite them under the program of hosted buyers for them to have meaningful B2B meeting with exhibitors so that the exhibitor can get the return on investment for them being at IATF. So you will see some of the captain of industries in various sectors that will be present at IATF, and we're bringing them at our cost so that they can have meaningful business-to-business meeting with our exhibitors that will be at IATF. And if not, sign business deals right there, because that's actually the purpose of IATF 2021. So hosted buyer program, very important for IATF 2021, especially for exhibitors to get return on investment. Excuse me. We have the Trade Investment Forum that I've mentioned earlier, also a very key vertical for IATF 2021. It's a conference. The agenda for the conference will focus on the theme that I've mentioned earlier, building bridges for a successful AFCTA, recognizing the growth opportunities for intra-African cross-border trade and investment. The conference will feature a dedicated session on trade and investment opportunities under the newly formed AFCFTA. That's where actually with the Trade and Investment Forum, that's a dedicated investment forum for B2B, B2G investment-related meetings. And there will be conference, there will be a lot of matchmaking during that, and giving opportunity to everybody that will be attending that particular forum actually to sign business deals and to find investment opportunities and some of the bankable opportunities that you may find on the continent. Country Days, also very important vertical for IATF 2021. Country Days will feature 6 countries. So far, we have 4 countries, as you can see on the map. So during those 6 days, we're giving the opportunity for selected African countries to showcase and promote the trade and investment opportunities along with tourism and cultural attraction for one day at IATF 2021. So as I say, there are 6 days for Country Days, and so far we have South Africa as the host for Country Day. We have Ghana, we sign up also for one of the Country Days. We have Cote d'Ivoire, and lastly, we have Nigeria. So we have 2 more countries, 2 more space to fill in. So I know Cape Town is a very multicultural place. So maybe there are other African countries representative here. So if you would like to take up one of the Country Days that are left, you can speak to me after the presentation. In terms of the Creative Africa Nexus, I think I will skip this because we did cover that at length, especially during our panel discussion. The debate was heated, and maybe that our colleague Temo actually availed himself to everybody that would like to know more about the Creative Africa Nexus. It's one of the key verticals that we would like to achieve during IATF 2021 to promote the creative industry, especially protecting the ideas and the work that a lot of our artists are doing in the creative industry in Africa. Very, very important sector during IATF. I've mentioned about the automotive component and vertical for IATF. There will be a dedicated auto exhibition during IATF. There will be a IATF automotive forum during IATF. There will be again B2B and B2G, particularly focusing on that specific sector. Of course, there will be also networking opportunities. Youth Startup Program. This is one of the key programs that our colleagues from African Union are actually trying to push. As I said earlier, when trade in Africa rises, the level of trade, cross-border trade in Africa rises, there will be a lot of opportunity for jobs, particularly for our youth and so forth. And for doing IATF, we make sure that our youth also partake to this important event that is IATF, and for them to find also business opportunities. And I like one of the comments that were made earlier on saying that sometimes some of the key decisions are taken from so far above that, and the people that actually need to benefit or play a key role in the implementation of some of these decisions. A lot of them are youth, and a lot of them own small startup companies, and they do not really benefit from that. So IATF is paying special attention to that, to giving opportunity to youth startups to showcase their product and services, to captain of industries that will be present, to investors, and to venture capitalists that will be present at IATF, and for them possibly to have some investment done, made into the businesses. IATF Virtual, also very important vertical for IATF 2021. It is already operational. It started about a couple of months ago, and it's going to be live during IATF, even post IATF. So companies that are basically operating under the IATF Virtual, they have the opportunity. It is an innovative and cost-effective platform to promote, educate, and sell your products and services to a larger audience of key players. As we all know, in the last 2 years, since the advent of COVID-19, a lot of us are doing a lot of businesses digitally. And IATF Virtually, it's really a great platform if you're a producer of goods or services, for you to be present for 12 months. It's, as it's mentioned, at $750 US. It's really unparalleled benefit that you can get from being present, and the scale of, the scale of the participant, or the reach, I would say, to be present at IATF Virtual, it's massive. So I would encourage any producer of goods and services based here in Cape Town or in the larger Western Cape in general, to take the opportunity to be present at IATF Virtual. I do apologize, my accent is a very French accent, but I'm trying my best. Thank you very much. IATF 2021 merchandise, it's an online store. It's basically an e-commerce platform that we put together for us to promote some of the items like you can see on the picture, like T-shirts, cell phone covers. We would like participants at IATF 2021 to be really, to partake to the brand IATF. So therefore, this online store, it's doing that. So if you want, yesterday I was having a Zoom meeting with a gentleman based in Cairo. He was there at IATF 2018. He's so passionate about IATF that he made sure that when he was having a meeting with me, he had his IATF 2018 cap on it, and he had a jersey of IATF 2018, and he was so proud to show it to me. So this is some of the merchandise that they're already on sale under our e-commerce platform for everybody to procure. How can I participate in IATF 2021? There are 4 different ways to participate. You can participate as an exhibitor. I've mentioned about the benefit of being an exhibitor at IATF 2021. You can participate as a sponsor. We have some of the biggest companies, biggest bank across Africa that we're working with as sponsors for IATF. And some of them are also government, department across Africa. They are partnering with us as sponsor at IATF 2021. This is one of the ways that you can choose to become a partner to IATF 2021. Thirdly, you can participate as a delegate. So it's open to everybody. You can register online on IATF website and participate as a delegate and come and be part of the conversation, be part of this great event that will take place in Durban. You can also come in as a visitor. I remember when I went in 2018 in Cairo, I was just a simple visitor at IATF 2021, but the connection that I made there, some of them are lasting until today. So it's really a great opportunity to network and to discover what's happening out there on the continent while we're bringing the show on the shores of South Africa. I've mentioned about some of the partners and some of the benefit that they are getting being partnered with us. With IATF 2021 is the branding rights at events. So as you can see, some of the countries were already starting to display them. And some of our key partners are already being displayed. So this is one of the key element of being a partner to IATF 2021. You're going to have access to over 1,000 buyers. I've mentioned about the buyers program that we're running. There will be over 1,100 exhibitors. There will be over 10,000 visitors. So you can generate leads during IATF 2021 as a partner. You can launch new products. You can enter new market, the export market within Africa, a big market, over 1.2 billion people. You can raise brand awareness if you become a partner to IATF 2021. You can develop and maintain relationships, which I did as well when I was there in 2018. You can size up your competition. So it's a really great platform for you to become a partner. And would love to speak to you if you like to come on board as a partner to IATF 2021. Some of our partners, as I've mentioned, we're working with great partners across, not only across Africa, but across the world. The African Development Bank is one of our key partners. The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, one of our key partners. We have the Islamic Bank, also one of our key partners. We have the government of Egypt, key partners as well. So we have so many key partners that are coming on board almost on a daily basis, wanting to be part of this great event. You need to know more about IATF, you need to register. That's our website, www.intraafricatradefair.com. My colleague Janice is not here today, so I'm representing Read Exhibition. Should you like to book a stand, become a sponsor, partner with us for IATF 2021, I'll be here and I would love to meet with you. Thank you so much, Tepiso. I hope I didn't torture you with my French accent.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Papi Lazula, for that very thorough presentation, and I hope you have all the information that you need. And of course, there's always the networking session if you would like to ask more questions, get more details. And as you heard him say, he's made lasting connections, which I hope you have, not only in this room, throughout the conversations that have been beamed through to you on the IATF visual portal. So this is the end of the road for me and you. I want to say thank you very much for your participation and for indulging us. You really were a great audience. I learned a lot from all of you. And I'd like to bring now to the stage Ms. Olarantu Doherty, who's the director of African Bank, to give the closing statements. And I wish you all a great day further and a safe trip back to wherever you're from. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our amiable and energetic program director, as usual, for getting us all, in the spirit for the IATF. So you started with me this morning. And this afternoon, of course, you are ending with me on a good, bright note to energize all of us and to prepare us to be galvanized to attend the IATF in KwaZulu-Natal in November this year. I would like to start by saying to our honored and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for attending this roadshow. On behalf of the President and Chairman of the Board of Afreximbank, Professor Benedict Orama, I particularly like to thank all the speakers that we've had from today. So thank you, and we express our greatest appreciation. I will start with the roll call, of course. I start with Mr. Nkutuwana, the Head of Department, Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, KwaZulu-Natal, for your very, very, inspiring keynote address. Then I'd like to thank Mr. David Kofi, the Chief Executive of the AAAM, for his remarks. I'd also like to thank Mr. Neville Mikey, the CEO, Trade and Investment, KwaZulu-Natal. We're very grateful. I will move on to our distinguished panelists that, got us stirred up and energized towards the IATF 2021, discussing on regional value chains and, its connection to intra-African trade, and of course, the implementation of the AFCFTA. I'd like to start by thanking Mr. Salma Katji, the Head Invest SA, one-stop shop for Western Cape. I'd like to thank Ms. Lara Utin Preston, the Chief Executive Officer and founder of the Ladima Foundation, who has a special focus on women businesses and youth startups. Lastly, but not the least, my colleague, Mr. Andrew Masua, who heads our client relations for Southern African business. Thank you for, the inspiring messages you've passed on and for sharing with the audience Afreximbank's initiatives in support of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Finally, I'd like to thank our program director, Ms. Makwetla. She has done a very great job today. I think everyone can attest to that. A big round of applause for her. She got us all fired up when we started as if we were getting up from our beds this morning, and we are still not, in tune with the program. She led us through the whole engagement, and she delivered. Thank you. Thank you all, and thank you to all those in the audience. We are very grateful that you took time out of your busy schedule to attend. To the journalists who asked questions, we also thank you. There's no doubt that Africa is at a unique point in its history. While we are still encountering disruptions and uncertainty from the COVID-19 pandemic, our continent has so many opportunities. For example, trading has started under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, and it promises to dramatically boost intra-African trade from its current level of 16 to 17%. There's no doubt that the beneficial effects of the AFCFTA will be realized over time. Please be in no doubt that it will. We are going to succeed with the AFCFTA. The reducing reliance on the global supply chains as multinationals seek to reduce risk by resetting towards regional and local supply chains. The greater market information that is now available on what products and services are available across the continent. Africa's youthful and growing population are a very distinct advantage. And our rising middle class, imagine the growing demand that Africa has in terms of, consumer service industrial sectors. The rise in e-commerce and cross-border trade driven by Africa's delight at the ubiquity of the smartphone is also a critical advantage that we must utilize. Also, foreign nations who continuously clamor to increase trade and investment links with Africa should be explored by the member countries. The IATF 2021 will provide the networking and the new business contacts that will help businesses to take advantage of the opportunities to grow and create employment. We believe that South Africa is poised to be a major beneficiary of this. It would be wrong not to mention some of the challenges that we will face along the way. However, we believe that these challenges would in fact create investment and business opportunities. The challenges we currently face in terms of infrastructure gap, the need to modernize and industrialize, the need for diversification and beneficiation, all these challenges can be addressed by Africans. We can address this ourselves, we can overcome these, and we can deliver. I would like to refer us to some of the comments made by some of the previous speakers earlier on, particularly Mr. Neville Mikey, who so eloquently said earlier that we need to take charge of our own destiny. I'm talking of Africans, all of us in this room. And the only way to do this is if we are proactive in the marketing and promotion of our products within the continent. We must proactively take ownership of our products, our services, and promote them and market them across borders, promoting intra-African trade and goods and services. I think we've all learned a great deal today from the opening remarks, the keynote address, the other remarks from the distinguished guests, on to the panel and the panel discussion, and then to the last presentation about the IATF itself by my colleague, Papa. I think we've been able to, understand the IATF, understand its importance, understand the importance of intra-African trade fair from a commercial perspective and the imperative need to attend the fair. After today, everyone in this room has become an IATF 2021 ambassador. For those of you who have not yet registered for the IATF 2021, I urge you to do this immediately at its dedicated website, which is www.intraafricantradefair.com. As ambassadors, share this with all your business contacts, and let's ensure that we galvanize as much business owners to Durban, KwaZulu-Natal as possible. A quick reminder, please note that the fair is holding from the 15th to the 21st of November. I'll repeat again its location, KwaZulu-Natal, Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. We hope to see you there from the 15th to the 21st November. Finally, I want to thank you so much for sparing some of your busy time here today, and on behalf of Afrexim Bank, the African Union, the Cape Town authorities, and the KwaZulu-Natal authorities, as well as the government of the Republic of South Africa. May I extend our collective appreciation for your attendance here and for your support for Africa's impending transformational business and economic journey into global competitiveness. Together, we can grasp these opportunities, beginning with the IATF 2021 holding in November from the 15th to 21st of that month. I hope to see every one of you there, and I hope that as ambassadors, you also bring on board others to join you in attending the fair. I thank you all and wish you an amazing day. Thank you.
This momentous time in Africa's proud history, the inaugural year of trading under the African Continental Free Trade Area, the dawn of the single market era for goods and services across 55 countries, the Intra-African Trade Fair, IATF 2021, is being held in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. From the 15th to the 21st of November 2021, public and private sector leaders and captains of industry from across the continent and beyond will gather to exchange trade and market information and explore investment opportunities to unlock Africa's full potential under the conference theme, Building Bridges for a Successful AFCFTA. No other event will bring more professionals, traders, and industry players together under one roof, or do more to boost Africa's trade. IATF 2021 is expected to facilitate trade and investment deals in excess of $40 billion by attracting over 1,100 exhibitors, 5,000 conference participants, and more than 10,000 visitors and buyers from across 55 African countries and beyond. Among the attractions, the IATF Automotive Show, incorporating the Automotive Exhibition, the Automotive Forum, and the B2B, B2G.